The meeting will come to order. Welcome everyone to our January Board of Trustees Committee of the Whole meeting. It is great to see everyone present. Thank you for braving the very cold morning. We appreciate your presence. I wanted to let everyone know that we also have Ms. Doolin present with us, and she is on Zoom. Good morning, Ms. Doolin. Are you there? I think she's there. So we're going to move right on. Our first matter of business is approval of the consent calendar. Are there any corrections to the minutes posted for the Committee of the Whole session on December 10th? If there are none, I need a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve.
Okay, Mr. Cochran has made a motion to approve. Mrs. Mosley has made a second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. Our second matter of business is appearance of visitors, and we have one speaker. At this time, I would like to ask our Vice Chair, Ms. Mosley, to read our guidelines for public comment.
Sorry, I didn't have that ready. Give me 1 second. As each speaker's name is called, he or she should proceed to the podium at the end of the board's dais where there is a microphone and light system. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak to the board. The light system will be green for the first 2 minutes and will turn yellow when 1 minute remains on the speaker's allotted time. In keeping with board policy KCA, abusive language or personal attacks aimed at students or staff members will not be permitted. All speakers are expected to behave in an orderly and respectful manner. The board will not engage in discussion with the speaker nor respond to comments, and the superintendent will designate a member of the staff to respond to each speaker in an appropriate and timely manner.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Our speaker today is Carolyn Mercer.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Mercer, and I am here to speak on behalf of myself and others who have been silenced or ignored by our school board representative. Until now, I haven't been able to share my story publicly because the trustee currently representing my district censors her social media, silencing voices like mine. Last fall, I acted in good faith to repair one of this trustee's damaged campaign signs. While doing so, I spoke with a man who later fabricated a story accusing me of stealing and damaging signs. He shared this blatant lie on the trustee's publicly viewable Facebook page, along with my photo, a description of my car, and a map to my home where I live with my husband and my 3 young children. Following this incident, the Fountain Inn Police Department recommended we install increased security measures, and my children became scared to play outside their own home. This trustee had every opportunity to stop this. She could have removed the posts, she could have corrected the lies, and she could have taken steps to de-escalate the situation, but she did not. Instead, she chose to leave the harmful posts up and made it worse by filing a police report against me. Law enforcement confirmed I had done nothing wrong, yet this trustee has never apologized publicly nor privately. And months later, my youngest daughter still worries about our doors being locked before she can go to sleep at night. No parent should have to see their children lose sleep or feel unsafe because of a public official's irresponsible behavior. This trustee's actions are not just unethical, they are akin to bullying. She uses her position of power to intimidate and silence those who dare hold her accountable. This isn't just a lapse in judgment. It's a calculated behavior, and it's not an isolated incident. This trustee's recent arrest on domestic violence charges further exposes a pattern of abusive behavior, malice, and disregard for accountability. Leadership should be rooted in integrity and responsibility, but the trustee representing my district has fallen short on both counts. She misuses her position, undermines the well-being of her constituents, and fosters an atmosphere of fear and distrust for families like mine. Greenville County deserves leaders who prioritize the well-being of their constituents over their own agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. Our third item of business is administration, and I'm going to ask Dr. Presley to chair this section. Dr. Presley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first matter of business is item 3.01, Human Resources Action Report. This item is for information only. Dr. Royster, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Dr. Presley. Ordinarily, we present this information a little bit earlier in the year. We were awaiting some final statistics from the state. And then, as you all may recall, you had several very packed agendas just before the break for Christmas. So we are a little bit late in presenting this, but we wanted to share with you the information regarding human resources actions for the preceding year and leading up into start of school this year. So I will at this point turn that over to Ms. Clements, who will share with you the update from Human Resources as to the actions that they undertake on behalf of the students and employees in our district. Ms. Clements.
Thank you, Dr. Oyster, and thank you to the board for allowing Human Resources. Is that a little better? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Royster, and thank you to the board for allowing Human Resources some time to share with you the HR Actions Report. This report is reflective of our 23-24 school year, which includes dates July 1 and June 30th to June 30th from an HR processing perspective. So hires processed in Human Resources, 636 instructional positions, 281 classified positions, 77 professional administrative positions, 632 hourly, which include 111 bus drivers, 44 bus aides, 428 adjunct or extended day hires, and 636 substitutes, for a total of 2,690 hires processed for our district. HR actions completed includes 49 hourly work group in-person orientation sessions, 20 substitute virtual orientation sessions, 100 salary work group virtual orientation sessions, 2,748 transfers, which does include 200 non-teaching to teaching transfers in our district, 2,178 separations, 33,749 applications. You can also see there the number of external versus internal, 1,500 long-term medical leaves with 5 military leave cases, 2,880 employee relation representative contacts, and 199 unemployment claims processed. Our administrative hiring for the year, we welcomed 18 principals or directors, 36 assistant principals, and 21 administrative assistants. And you can see on the chart there the percentage of diverse hires within that group. Additionally, you can see the percentage of our administrative positions across the district for those groups as well. Teacher statistic updates, 1,011 teacher recertifications, 371 teacher degree level changes, 5,231 contracts were renewed, 180 student teacher placements, 440 practicum placements. Our teacher recruitment events, which include Ignite the Future, which is an annual event held for student teachers from any district. They come here to GCS for interview tips, for resume tips, and we also have a panel of GCS principals that are here to answer any questions that they may have about being an educator and being an educator with Greenville County. Our Shining Stars event, as most of you are probably familiar with, is Greenville County Schools' annual recruitment event, of which we have hosted an event for our elementary and then another event for our secondary high school. Recruitment fairs, we will talk a bit more about our recruitment fairs and Shining Stars a little later in the presentation, but our recruitment team attended 31 job fairs, 13 in-state and 18 out-of-state. Then, of course, we've hosted our Pathways to Becoming a Teacher. This enhances our pipeline of educators within Greenville County schools. And this is a presentation to our classified staff that may be interested in becoming an educator and sharing with them how they do that, the resources that are available to them to become an educator. Teacher recruitment initiatives, obviously our GATE program, which is the Greenville County Schools Alternative Certification Program, continues to grow every year. Our Future Teacher Academy, our recruitment team collaborates with Ms. Turner, engaging students within Greenville County that may have not decided on a career path or may have expressed that they are interested in being an educator. And so we want to make sure that they have that hands-on experience and insights and feedback from our folks within the district. And hopefully those folks come back to Greenville County schools as future educators. Additional recruitment initiatives are social media outreach and spotlights. The recruitment team uses many different social media outlets to connect with our potential job candidates. Advertisements are also billboards and our social media, whether it be the district's LinkedIn page, whether it be Facebook or Instagram. We have a broad reach within our LinkedIn profile, which allows us to post the great things that are happening within the district, things that are happening at our schools and our open positions, and really why you want to join Greenville County Schools as an educator, an administrator, as an HR professional, and so on. Again, our focus on partnerships for attracting quality educators, our partnership with the Call Me Mister program, our Furman Teacher to Teacher program, the SC Create scholarship program with the state that assists us with attracting special needs educators. Our college and university career center email list for all teacher preparation programs in South Carolina, North Carolina, and Georgia, and our partnership with the College of Education with Clemson University. As we discussed a little bit earlier, the recruitment team attended 31 job fair events, 13 in-state and 18 out-of-state. This slide represents the job fairs that were attended by our team. Benefits of attending job fairs: access to diverse talent pools. It is an opportunity for us to connect with those across the country that have education programs and let them know who Greenville is and why they want to be an educator here. The face-to-face connections, getting to know these folks, letting them get to know us. Efficient screening time, being able to talk through, the expectations, what their expectations are, and then the requirements for teaching with the district. District visibility. We want to go to recruitment events and we want those folks to know who Greenville County is, where we are, what our mission, what our values are. Again, that also lends to networking opportunities with other districts and other education programs. Feedback. We like to know from our candidates, is there anything we could do better? Is there something different that you would like to see us do at the recruitment events? Showcasing our culture and our mission, and of course, building our talent pipeline. Our Shining Stars recruitment event, our elementary event, was hosted at Roper Mountain Science Center with 119 participants. Our middle and high school event was hosted at the CTE Innovation Center with 95 participants. And you can see there the states that were represented at the events. 79% of our principals felt that the quality of candidates was above average or excellent. 82% of principals felt that the overall event was above average or excellent, while 90% of our candidates felt that the event was above average or excellent. Our teacher retention efforts, again, include community partnerships with 10 at the top, public education partners, our GCS Foundation, and the Greenville Drive. Our retiree waiver, which is in place for our educators that may retire but would like to come back in one of our critical need positions. Our employee assistance program and our employee relations specialists. Our GCS social media content, our competitive salaries, and inclusive benefit packages. Diversifying our teacher workforce through our alternative pathways. So this slide shows hires in each of those alternative certification areas. 67 hires in our GATE program, 5 in PACE, 12 in CTE, 5 with Teachers of Tomorrow, and 18 international teacher placements within our district. Our hourly work group statistics: turnover in building services sits at 20%. Fans at 28%, and transportation at 18%. You can see the openings in these areas at the beginning of school versus the openings that we last looked at in November. In speaking with the leadership from these departments, the numbers of opening, in their words, have gotten to the lowest numbers that we have seen in some time. Job fairs held in 23-24, 9 with 585 attendees for these areas. So our focus on attracting hourly work group employees, the board approved entry-level pay increases, of which we are very appreciative for. Full-time recruiter in this area sharing information about the open positions across the state. Monthly or more job fairs, our employee incentive for transportation, the TABE testing or test of adult basic education used for entry-level building service positions, our pay active option, which allows our employees access to their paycheck sooner. Again, it is not a payday loan, but a program that allows them access to earn wages sooner. And allowing employees to work in other areas, for example, our fans working in building services, which addresses that 9-month schedule. A focus on employee support. We had 537 employees and dependents served by our EAP program. The EAP sessions that were offered in Summer Academy include orientation to EAP, mental health in a post-pandemic world, stress management, and improving workplace communication. The focus for human resources in 24-25 is navigating in partnership with our sister departments, the Enterprise Resource Planning System, or ERP implementation process. Implementing more robust reporting tools in human resources through our HRS system. Continuing to work on new leader supports. A focus on growing recruitment strategies for career changers. Continue to clear pathways for candidates interested in our hourly work groups, and expanding and continuing the internal recruitment pipelines. Our major accomplishments include successfully attracting quality teachers to the district. On day 1 of school, 100% of our classrooms were covered by a certified teacher. Human resource team members serving on state and national leadership boards. Successful processing of 7-1 changes. Continued support for new leaders, including civil treatment training, situational leadership, and induction principal orientation. We held our first annual Call Me Mr. Showcase, of which we plan to expand, and continuing our Pathways to Becoming a Teacher event, which again reaches out to our classified employees and it helps them to determine a path forward for those interested in becoming an educator. That concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Clements. Are there any questions? Dr. Stiles and Ms. Mosley. Dr. Stiles.
Thank you, and thank you so much for that presentation. That was very informative. And first, I'd just like to say how proud I am on the first day of school this year that every teaching vacancy was filled. That was truly tremendous, and that speaks to your leadership as well as your staff who are back there. And it also shows your commitment to supporting our students and supporting what we're doing here in Greenville County. So I just can't say thank you enough for your leadership and for your team's leadership. That is really outstanding. So thank you for that. And then I had just a couple of quick questions. I also am very excited to see our efforts for working with our teacher aides to become teachers if they have an interest. I like that title, Pathway to Becoming a Teacher. I like the fact that you're holding an event for that, just like Shining Stars. And I was just interested in knowing a little bit more about what was the participation like? Was there a lot of interest? Was there a good turnout? And how are we going to continue to build that program?
Absolutely. So yes, I believe there was a good turnout to the program. It was hosted here at the district office. I would be happy, Dr. Stiles, to get you the exact number, but I do believe we had quite a few participants. It's something that from a recruitment perspective, we have a lot of really great folks in this district that perhaps are maybe not in teacher positions, but our goal is to clear barriers to help them get there. We want to continue to expand on this program. We want feedback from those that have attended it. What could we do better? What more information could we provide to make the event better? And really it comes down to the logistics. How do I get into school? What state support, what district supports are available to help me become an educator? And so that's really the focus of that program. We're excited about it. We do plan to ask for feedback and continue to expand, and hopefully soon see a lot of those folks becoming educators.
Well, that is music to my ears. I'm very proud of that, and I thank you for having a vision for the future, because I certainly think that's an area that is worthy of being tapped into. I know, being a former principal, that we have some outstanding teacher assistants who would make wonderful teachers. So thank you for that, and thank you for continuing to strive and work towards being better and better in that program and drawing in more people. And it's not necessary for you to give me an exact number, but thank you for offering that. And my final question is a piece of data that you shared. The employee relations contacts this year, 2,880. I'm not used to seeing that number every year, so that stood out to me a little bit. Is that pretty consistent for a district our size, that number of contacts?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
So that's pretty consistent. And I wanted to know, do we track that? Do we track that every year to look at that number, if it's growing or declining? And do we also look at the location from where those contacts are coming from and track that information?
Yes, ma'am, we do. And the number has really kind of stayed average. Those contacts could include anything from a question about performance or a question about having a conversation with their supervisor. And they can go all the way up to, an employee has a grievance that they have questions about. And so we track those to make sure that we know, kind of to your point, of who we're having contacts with. And then if, there were anything that needs to be further addressed or any sort of leaders that need to be made aware of, hey, you may want to take a look at now. I say that to say we maintain confidentiality, of course, when you contact employee relations where appropriate. But if there's a pattern and we need to perhaps, look further, we do that as well.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I know that not every district has the benefit of having someone to contact in regard to matters that they just need to speak to someone at a different level about. So I'm very pleased that our district has that added layer and has that support for our teachers. So again, thank you for everything. I appreciate the outstanding work of you and your department.
Thank you, Dr. Stiles.
Thank you, Dr. Presley.
Ms. Mosley?
Thank you, Dr. Presley. And thank you, Morgan. I echo all of what Dr. Stiles has said. I just have a couple of questions. And going to I think it's slide number 3, where you're listing all the actions that completed. Something that caught my attention, 2,748 transfers includes 200 non-teaching to teaching transfers. So kind of piggybacking on what Dr. Stiles was asking, when those 200 people that went from non-teaching to teaching positions, are these folks that were on one of these pathways? Are these folks that were student teachers that moved into an actual full-time role? I just found that number to be pretty remarkable as far as, yeah.
It's all of the above.
Okay.
It can be folks that we have assisted through these pathways to become an educator. It could be someone that came to us from another district as a substitute, or perhaps they were working on their certification very close to being there. It could be a student teacher came to us, or someone through a program such as that, and they started with us in a non-certified, aid position or something of the like, but they became certified. We're really excited to see that number, because again, our goal is to continue to grow our internal talent if they want to be educators. And if they don't want to be educators, that's okay too, but growing them in their current positions. But it's really exciting for us to see that 200 of those folks that were not in certified teaching positions before are now serving Greenville County students as certified educators.
Well, I was very impressed with that. That's, per Dr. Stiles, that shows a lot of effort and commitment on your team, and I like to see that. My next question kind of goes along with that. I know that special education is an area that we struggle to fill a lot of times, as long as some of our others, and I know that GATE has been helping us do that. I have not seen, and maybe it's been a part of last year, and I just don't remember it, the Create pipeline, or
Yeah.
Tell me more about that.
Absolutely. So the SC Create is actually a scholarship through the state for educators that are looking to serve in special education. It has been established for a couple of years, actually.
Okay.
But it is a scholarship to further education, to further certification areas in special education. And when we go to recruitment events, we're sharing that information. We're sharing that when we're going to events. We're sharing that at our Shining Stars events, because we absolutely want to point to those folks that want to serve in special education. But that is actually a scholarship program through the state.
So is it a scholarship program for existing college students who are maybe majoring in special education, or maybe just starting their journey in education and haven't decided whether they're going to be early childhood or second or whatever?
My understanding is that the program is for existing educators that may want to serve in special education and help them with that transition.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ross.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Morrison-Fair.
I have a couple of questions and also a comment that I'm hearing from the general employees. But my first question is, where do you get the most bang for your buck on teacher recruitment? Is it in the fairs or some of these other methods that you've used?
Yes, ma'am. That's an interesting question, and the reality is, and you all, a couple of you all have thanked our team, and our team works really hard. But the truth is, it's partnership between all of us. It's our principals ensuring that there's a positive culture in their buildings. It's word of mouth from other teachers that serve here and that have had a great experience. It's our recruiters that travel all over the U.S. telling people who Greenville County is and why you want to come here. So I can't point to just one thing. I have to point to all of those things with why we are able to have certified educators in front of our students on day one, why we're able to fill our positions. Now, it is not easy. It would not be accurate if I stood here and said that recruiting's easy. It's not. We need more folks interested in coming into the education field. We want to reach our students. We want to reach students outside of Greenville County and encourage them to be educators. So I can't point to one thing. I have to point to everything and a partnership of all of the folks that make it happen.
Thank you. And Trustee Mosley asked one of my questions about the special education opportunities. So my last comment is that I would like for you and your department to know that I am getting a lot of positive feedback between employees and the relationship between your department. People are saying that they can come to your department, talk about different issues, whether the settlement is positive or negative, but I think people appreciate the fact that you have people in your department who reach out to employees and they're able to speak with them. So thank you very much, and thank you to your staff.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell.
Thank you, Morgan, for this presentation. I just have a couple of questions because I was approached by some bus drivers. Is it in policy that the deadline for them to, how often do they receive that bonus? Is it biannual? Don't they get for coming on as a bus driver?
I believe that, and Dr. Royster, please correct me, but I believe that is an annual
They get a bonus that is based on days of attendance and days without an accident. And I believe we're paying that out twice a year.
It's twice a year, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I had some bus drivers to come to me that they said that they were under the impression that they were going to be a part of that bonus, but then they told them that they had to be employed by the first day of school. And they were employed in the month of August. And I know we have a bus driver shortage. Why is it that we put a deadline on that? Because they were under the impression that they were going to receive the bonus, and then they were told that they were not employed by the first day of school, even though they were employed in the month of August, close to the first day of school, but they were not able to get the bonus.
Can you speak to that?
Is it in policy where we have a deadline on that? But I mean, because we have a bus shortage.
What I was going to say is I'll look into that real quick and get that answer for you right away.
Okay.
About the
'cause-
policy for the deadline for them being employed to be eligible for the bonus. Yes.
Yes, because I mean, it was close to the first day of school and we have a bus shortage. They had a problem with that. So if you could look into that, I would appreciate it. I have a question about the same thing that I've had a question about before, about the hourly employees and having to make up these hours. Do we have policy on that, whether if it's a natural disaster or Mother Nature, that they wouldn't have to make those hours up? Because they have to make up those hours, right?
That is correct. And that has been the policy of this administration and the previous administration. And I'll simply point to you the primary driving reason behind that, because we have employees that work during that time. In fact, you're referencing most specifically the hurricane. We had over 2,000 employees that were working those days. So for people who are on the classified schedule, where they punch a clock, they get paid for every hour they work. If they work over, they get paid overtime. So if we miss, we allow them to either draw down overtime that they have built up, and we have comp buckets set up for them to put that overtime in, or they have to make up the time. Otherwise, it is not equitable to pay some people to sit at home and pay others and they have to come to work. That's the reason we do it that way. And we've done it that way for close now to 20 years, maybe longer than that.
These are some of the lowest paying jobs. And if it's a natural disaster.
But then I can't go sit with an employee that came to work in one of the lowest paying jobs and explain to them why one of their colleagues who didn't have to come to work got paid as well. Those 2,000 people that work, the majority of those 2,000 are in our lowest wage jobs. They're building services employees, some cases transportation employees, and maintenance employees.
So there's a policy on that.
That's been our practice for 20 years.
I know there's a practice, but is there?
That is our policy. It is our policy.
that?
There is not a
Okay,
board policy. But we have done that
somebody
for 20
lead me?
years for the reasons I shared with you.
Can somebody lead me to that policy so I can look
We'll
at
send it to you in writing, as we have done every time we've had this question come up.
I don't remember that, but anyway. When you have, this is about the subs. When you have, I know you said up there about the long-term medical leave. Do y'all have a problem with getting long-term subs for those people that are on leave with your sub pool? Do you have a overabundance of subs that you have for these long-term positions?
I would not say that we necessarily have an overabundance, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell, but we have been able to cover our medical leaves. We do that in partnership with our principals of whether or not that looks like there's someone else in the building that may assist, or that we bring in a long-term sub to cover that. But generally speaking, we're able to cover those needs.
But generally, we do not have enough long-term subs, and we certainly do not have enough daily subs.
So that's left up to the principal of the building to make sure that those classes are covered?
Actually,
that.
It's in partnership with Human Resources. So Ms. Castor's team works with our principals to ensure that they have the information on available subs, available long-term subs, available administrative subs, and we work in partnership to make sure that those are covered. And then sometimes a principal may have someone in their building that wants to pick up or has the bandwidth to cover something extra or do something extra. So we have those conversations in partnership with them to make sure that the students are served. But an abundance of those folks, no, ma'am.
The biggest challenge is the short-term sub pool. We do not have enough short-term subs. You may recall you all approved in the budget the employment of a permanent sub for every location. And that has greatly helped principals having someone right there. Because every day there's going to be, the number of teachers we have in a school, every day there's going to be someone absent.
Right.
So that gives him the first person to go to. That person's already familiar with the school, familiar with how the processes and procedures work. That has greatly assisted with that. But we still have an issue with short-term subs. That pool is not as deep as we would like for it to be. And because you are a short-term sub, obviously you can turn down jobs. And they tend to want to work Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, not Monday and Friday. And some of them only want to work at certain schools, which that's understandable because they're closer commute or schools they're familiar with. So we do not have enough. And on occasion, we struggle with having to identify a long-term certified sub, particularly for unexpected long-term absences. And generally handle the ones where we know, for example, a teacher's going to go out on parental leave. But we still, depending on the area of certification, can struggle to find subs. So in some cases, at the secondary level, we will pay teachers extra to pick up those classes. Because as you can imagine, we don't have a large pool of candidates to be hired to be, for example, chemistry teachers. So we certainly don't have a large group of substitutes certified to be chemistry teachers. In that circumstance, we may well pay a teacher to extend their day, have their planning after school that's paid for, and we pay them, I think it's 21% above their pay to take those classes.
Do we have ongoing training throughout the year for subs? Like if somebody wants to come and put in an application to be a sub, do you have ongoing training or is it still just once a year training?
So anytime that someone applies to be a substitute teacher with our district, they go through orientation or substitute orientation, which gives them the information of which they would need to know with Greenville County. In addition to that, they take our safety training, which also lets them know about being in our building.
So that is ongoing?
Yes, ma'am.
I think your question goes back to several years ago, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell. You probably recall this. There were some windows open. You could apply then, and windows closed. We don't do that anymore.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell. Mr. Cochran?
Thank you. My first question is kind of includes slide 2 and slide 3. I noticed on slide 2, we had a total of 2,690 hires. And then on slide 3, it says that we had 33,749 applications. So I'm just wondering, obviously, if we hired 2,690 people, but we had 33,000 applications, and we still have certain areas, as some of which have been mentioned today, where we're having issues trying to get those jobs filled. I'm just wondering, what are the majority of those applications? What job titles do those involve?
So those jobs are all of our positions across the district. And of course, you will see far more applicants when you post, let's say, a secretarial position or a clerical position. Certain positions, the applicant pool is much deeper than others. Additionally, with that, while we are very appreciative for all of our applicants and anyone interested in serving Greenville County schools, perhaps the essential functions of that position, maybe the qualifications are not quite in line. So what we do with these is when we have these applicants and perhaps they apply for position A, yet don't.
We have 2 more trustees with questions. So with permission, I would ask to extend for 10 minutes. Okay.
So the vast majority of these applications then are not targeting the areas where we're having difficulties hiring people.
So we, again, they're spread out throughout all of our positions. We, receive teacher applicants. We are receiving aide applicants. I mean, this is for all positions that are posted throughout the district, whether it's clerical, bus driver, fans. And again, certain positions do draw a larger applicant pool. For those, perhaps, position A is not the right fit. We do expect our leaders to go through their applicant pools, review those, and when we have qualified applicants, have a conversation. With teaching positions, our recruiters do that with every individual that applies for teaching positions. While it may not be this school or this opportunity, because maybe it was filled by someone else or whatever the case may be, Greenville County Schools is a huge district. We want you to serve in our district. We just have to find the right place for you. And then the conversations start to happen about geographic location, where they want to serve, those types of things. But that's not just true for our teach positions. That's true for our positions across the board. That is a high number when you look at that in comparison to, folks that have left or positions that we need to fill. And again, some of those maybe apply for a position that the essential functions of the job requirements maybe don't align with skill set. But again, we do make sure that we are spending time having conversation with those folks. If you want to be here, we want you to be here, and we want to try to work through that process with you of finding the right opportunity.
My next question is on slide 4. I'm just wondering, how are we defining diverse there?
Yes,
When we say,
absolutely.
when we're talking about our diverse hires, what's the specific
Absolutely.
definition we're using?
Specifically, that is African American, Asian, Hispanic, Latino, Native American, Pacific Islander, other, and multiracial candidates in those roles.
And what are the diversity statistics on the applicant pool for which those employees were chosen from? Is it very similar to the percent of the hires, or do you have the statistics on the applicant pool?
I do not currently have the statistics on the applicant pool, sir. And if you could tell me specifically which applicant pool you would be interested in seeing, I would be happy to go back and get that information. But I will say that generally speaking, the numbers that you see here, in a lot of cases are similar to the applicant pool, but I do need to say this. We do not, as far as applicants go, we only see their resume. We do not see any additional, we're looking at their skill set. We are looking at who is best qualified for the position, who meets the essential functions of the role, so when we're looking at our applicants, we are looking at, here's the job description and here's what, and of course, we do everything that we can to encourage diversity, encourage diverse applicants, but as far as an applicant pool, we do not track that, sir.
Don't indicate that on their application.
Yeah, for starters, if you could get me that information about the pool from the principals and directors and assistant principals and administrative assistants, the same ones that are listed on this slide, that would be awesome.
Yes, sir.
I think the only thing we can answer to that pool would be the ones that made it to the interview process, because we saw them. So we perhaps would know that, but it's not on their application. So if we chose not to interview someone or didn't ultimately hire that person, we wouldn't necessarily know. What we can say is compared to the population, who can tell you that. And the reason we use the categories that we use, those align with the report that we're required to give the Office of Civil Rights. It used to be, Doug, every 3 or 5 years, and now they collect it annually or every other year.
I think it used to be 3. And
Every other year.
Went from 3 to
annually
it went
now.
from 3 to 1, and those categories align with the reporting categories that we're required to report on that. Was it EEO5 report?
Report, yes, sir.
So that's the reason they're categorized the way they are, and that's a report of actual hires, not applicants.
And my final question comes off slide 15. I'm just wondering, of course, I realize that the turnover rates for some of the other categories are fairly high as well, but fans specifically, with the 28%, are there some things that we can identify there that is leading to that high turnover rate that maybe could be fix. I'm sure you all have taken a look at that. I'm just wondering what some of the major issues are that's leading to that turnover rate.
Yes, sir. While I cannot speak to any sort of major issues in the area, what I can say is that turnover number is kind of fairly consistent, but to your point, higher than what we want it to be. The leaders in those departments, in partnership with Ms. Williams, Ms. Lavetta Williams, who is our HR manager in that area, are working on having conversations, having discussion about, okay, what are the reasons why we are losing employees? We are also exploring the option of exit survey data, which will specifically tell us in all departments of the district why our employees are leaving. But we want to make sure that there is a focus of culture in every department, that there is a focus on retention. And to your point, there are some areas of opportunity, not just in this department, but in all areas. We can always get better in creating an environment where we keep our folks. So to your point, yes, there's work to do, sir.
One of the issues with turnover in fans, which is also similar to transportation. Now, transportation, right now, because of the shortage we've had for years, they're getting a lot of overtime, but these are not full-time 40-hour-a-week jobs. So that's an issue. They're only 9-month jobs, though we offer opportunity in the summer. And this would also be true in transportation and fans. There's not, compared to the total number of employees that they have, there's not a lot of opportunity for advancement. If you're working in a kitchen in a school, if it's a really large kitchen, there may be an assistant manager, then a manager. So we have 90-something managers, don't have near that many assistant managers. And then fans' workforce is probably 700 plus employees. And then there are a few at the district level that might be 12-month positions. So some of that is opportunity for growth, which is not there unless they go somewhere else or transfer to another job within the district. And we'll have people that will move from fans to building services, for example, because that is a 12-month job and it is a 40-hour-a-week job versus 37 and a half, or versus probably most of the fans employees. I don't think Ron's in here. They're probably 30-hour-a-week employees. So that's one of the reasons that those are a little bit different. Now, fans generally, historically, has not had much difficulty filling their jobs either. Less struggle historically than building services and transportation. But we are back to, we have not seen low openings like that since prior to the pandemic. In some cases, that building services that's probably maybe 8 or 10 year low for them. And some of that had to do, you referenced earlier, we switched from work keys to TABE for entry level tech, because there's a certain level of literacy that a person needs to have in that role. Work keys measured it at a level beyond what we needed to have. TABE measures it to the level that we need to have to ensure that they can work safely and appropriately. That helped us be able to hire additional folks that are doing an excellent job for us. So we've made some changes there that have helped that situation. And then one of the biggest things that helped is the board has now consistently for several years improved wages. 10 years ago, that 1602 would have been $8.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Presley. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Ms. Levinas Wells.
Thank you, Dr. Presley. First of all, since your staff is here, could you introduce them to us and tell us what areas they handle?
I would be more than happy to.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. All right.
We have Miss Margaret Spivey, who is our Director of Professional Employment. Margaret works with our wonderful recruiters who are all equally as passionate as Margaret is about recruiting quality educators to Greenville County School.
Ms. Clements, my apologies.
Yes, ma'am, Dr. Presley.
We still have 2 more sets of questions. So with permission, I'll ask that we extend for another 10 minutes.
We have Miss Adele Johnson, who is our manager of HR systems. So everything that happens with systems, that happens with pulling data, Ms. Johnson and her team handle that. All of these thousands of things that are processed on 7/1, Ms. Johnson's processors are keying that and making those changes for our district. Ms. Sam Jones is our senior employee relations representative. So you talk about the folks that are reaching out to HR team members with questions or concerns. Ms. Sam Jones is part of that team and making sure that our employees have the resources that they need. Ms. Lavetta Williams, who is our HR manager of these hourly work groups and housed at Space Drive. Ms. Williams serves with FANS, Building Services, Transportation, and making sure that those employees and those leaders have the information that they need to be successful. Ms. Williams also has 2 processors at her location and a recruiter for these positions. Ms. Renee Castor, who is our HR manager of leave processes, substitute processes, so all of the leave administration that is happening in the district, that is Ms. Castor's team. Ms. Castor is over the substitutes that serve in our district and making sure that those folks are in the buildings employed. And then Ms. Castor also is managing, when we need an administrative sub or, all of these different areas. Work comp questions for these areas come through her as well. The 2 leave administrators serve on Ms. Castor's team. And then we have Dr. Scott Turner, who is...
I know that rascal.
You may know him. He may be familiar. Dr. Turner serves on our employee relations team, again, doing the same thing that Ms. Jones does. When our employees have a question or there's a concern, those folks are the first point of contact to make sure that they get their questions answered and that they get the resources that they need. And just speaking of the team, if I may, the entire human resources team, this represents HR leadership, but it does not represent our whole team. All of these things that happen, we try to make it look like there's an easy button. There is not. It is the hard work of these folks. They work long hours. They don't ask questions. Whatever the district needs, they're all in. And I'm very thankful to serve alongside them. So I just wanted to say thank you, not only to the folks that are here, but to the entire HR team.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice meeting y'all in person. Morgan, Ms. Goodwin-Kawal talked about this, but I did have someone that texted me and said they only have 12 more hours to make up. When is the deadline for making up those hours during the disaster?
So I believe that falls around spring break. However, the guidance is for them to work with their leaders. If they have anything going on or there's any sort of extenuating circumstance, have conversation with their administrator or call employee relations so that we can make sure that we're talking through. The intent is not to create hardship for anyone and to give them plenty of time to make up that time. And if they need to talk about something extenuating, that's what we are here for.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Now let me put my glasses on. I have a few questions. How many plant engineers in the last 5 years have left our school district?
I would have to get that information for you, ma'am.
Okay. At what schools were they lost, the plant managers left? And how many custodian employees have left and what schools were they located? So those are 3 questions. I'm also going to talk on the bus drivers. What are the turnovers with bus drivers? And then when, I'd like to know, do they leave within the first, month? Or do they, have they been there at least a year? So, because I'm just trying to figure out why the turnover.
So our turnover for those positions, as you can see from the report, is right at 18%. We're not necessarily seeing a certain time frame. And Ms. Williams, if I'm misspeaking about anything, will you please correct me? It's not necessarily a certain time frame per se. Before our drivers are ever put on the road, they go through extensive training to make them ready to serve the students. And so that happens first, and then they're put out in their positions. I can't really point to one area or the other, the cause for the turnover. Now, I will say that some of that turnover is by our hand. If we have gone to that employee and corrected and all of those things, but it just is not to be, then there may be discussion and some of that turnover may be at our hand. But I cannot point to a specific time frame of which it's really happening. I think it just kind of happens sporadically or throughout the year, dependent. But again, just in any other area, and not just these listed here, we're doing everything that we can to partner with, and that's one of HR's focuses for this year, is to partner with our leaders in all areas to make sure that they've got the tools they need to keep their folks in place. What are we seeing with people leaving? What are the patterns? What's the why? And really giving them additional tools in their toolbox to keep their folks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Royster, one quick question about, the conditions. And I think was it the Blue Ridge area that is still icy? And those bus drivers, did I read something wrong? Were they on a 2-hour delay, or were they just, those parents needed to get their children to school best they could? Am I making this up? Is that our district, or did I read another district? Yeah, yesterday. Right, but what about this morning? Because I saw some
Icy roads if we did not run routes.
that's what it was.
That was true yesterday. It
Okay.
may be true tomorrow.
Well, I know it's been pretty tough up in those areas. And is it up to the parents to get their children to school if they can?
If they can, or if they can bring them to a place that we can safely get to.
Oh, got it.
Or their absence is excused.
Okay, that's all. Thank you so much, Dr. Presley.
Thank you, Ms. Levin, as well. Ms. Middleton?
Thank you. Great presentation. There's a lot in there. A couple of things on the follow-up on the bus drivers, if I could. They're paid hourly, so when they're not driving, like in the middle of the day, do they have other assignments, or do they just not work?
A large number of them, because of all the stuff we run during the day, are driving during the day.
Okay.
We run Fine Arts Center shuttle. We run 5 career center shuttles to 5 career centers from and to 15 different high schools. We have students, primarily special needs students, that are out doing community-based work. They're transported by bus. We've got some other work-based learning opportunities that are transported by bus. Field trips, they're running field trips during the day. Actually, when school's in session, there's probably, now neither Adam nor Dale are in here this morning, but there's probably enough option to work that anybody that wants to work in that window can.
So they could really work full-time. I mean, have a full-time.
We guarantee them 6 hours a day.
Okay.
And there's very few bus drivers that work 6 hours a day. Almost all of them work more than that.
Okay.
Because if you look at that number, if we were 32 short in November, and we're probably a little higher number than that right now, the way that's fixed is overtime. So those drivers are having to double route. So that work spread among the remaining drivers. So there's opportunity there. There's probably only a handful of drivers that aren't drawing overtime pay.
Overtime starts after 40 hours a week?
After 40. Now, they're going to get paid straight time until 40.
Right.
So for some of our most experienced drivers, that's $25, close to $26 an hour. But then when they hit 40 on hour 41, that's 1.5 times 26.
Okay, so that gives them the opportunity to basically work full-time if
Yes.
they want to.
And we offer them, as was mentioned earlier, and we have historically done that, because we hire people in the summer. We have bus drivers that we hire to run the routes around summer programs. Then we also offer them, we have seasonal help in maintenance, grass cutting, that kind of thing. Usually don't get too many takers, but that is a challenge with those positions that are not 12 months.
Ms. Middleton, with your permission, I will extend for another 5 minutes. Ms. Doolin has texted in a couple of questions as well, so we'll try to get it in under 5.
On the sub situation, that's it for the bus drivers. On the subs, do subs ever have to, teachers ever have to find their own subs?
So teachers put in their absence in our Smart Find system. That's our substitute system. So when they put in that they're going to be out, that triggers our system to find a sub.
Okay, so we don't ask teachers to find their own subs, because that would be hard.
We have a Smart Find system that will.
Now, the other side of that is you will have teachers who want to find their own sub.
Right, especially in like a chemistry or something like that, where they might know somebody.
Or even just a regular classroom. You know, I've been out before and Ms. Mosley subbed for me. And when I came back, everything was the way it was supposed to be. So I want to get Ms. Mosley to substitute for me again.
Only Miss Mosley.
Yes. Unlike Ms. Fitzer, I got her to sub and the place was in disarray when I returned. I don't want her to come back. Well, as I'm sure you'll recall from your years of teaching, a lot of people don't want to be out because there's a lot to do when you get back. Well, if you have a good substitute, there's less for you to have to do when you come back. For one, you don't have to like retrain the students to do the things the way you want them to do it, because the sub made them do it the same way the regular teacher was making them do it. So there will be times that teachers will tell, no, I want to see if Ms. Mosley will sub for me, or Dr. Stiles will sub for me.
Or even if you're going to be out like a half a day, then you have to find a sub for like a couple of classes yourself, like impose on some other teachers to say, hey, can you cover my
The problem's
classes?
going to be when you miss less than a day, it's challenging to find a substitute for the whole day.
Right.
Most subs are not going to come work for half a day. So a lot of times principals will have to cover that within their building. But generally they can cover a half day through a variety of methods.
I'm very happy that we authorize subs, permanent subs in all the schools.
It's
I think that's
extremely
really
helpful
important.
to the principals. They were most appreciative.
Can I ask you, Morgan, on the, how do you get meaningful feedback from teachers in terms of, I mean, I know surveys, this and that, but do you ever meet with certain groups of teachers, and say, hey, is there anything that you would like us to do better or differently, or what are your issues?
Yes, and I love that question. The surveys are one way to do that. However, our teacher forum is incredible. Our HR team meets with our teacher forum for that exact type of feedback that you're talking about. Our academics folks meet with them. Sometimes we meet in partnership on projects and things, because there is no group better to tell you how you can improve things than the group of folks that are actually doing the work. Dr. Royster meets with our teacher forum regularly for feedback on initiatives and things that are happening in our district. And so absolutely, Ms. Middleton, we meet with those folks. We meet with our teacher forum regularly, and they give us that feedback.
Awesome, because we don't want anything to fester with
Yes, ma'am.
teachers. And one last question on special ed. I think it's Project Search. We have partnerships with, like, say, Bon Secours or different corporations where they can, like, hire some of the students, a full-time and professional. Do you handle that, or is that handled, like, I have a friend who has a child who it was involved in Project Search and maybe looking for other positions. Like, is there a time frame?
Sure.
And if this is not, if you're not,
So Ms. Hogan's team kind of oversees the program. However, at the point of which we're ready to hire, Ms. Hogan's team partners with Human Resources, Ms. Lavetta Williams, and those leaders where those students are going to serve in our district. So it's a partnership. While the program is overseen by our special ed leadership and Ms. Hogan's team, at the point of hire, HR is a partner in that.
okay. Thank you very much. Perfect.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. And Ms. Doolin is having some issues with some background noise with her, so I'm going to ask these questions for her, and they may require you to come back to us.
Yes, ma'am.
How is the ROI? I'm about to run out. Can we extend for another 2 minutes? How is the ROI tracked for recruiting events in areas that are geographically far away, like Virginia, Maryland, Ohio, New York? How many teachers apply and choose GCS based on contact at these events? And are there more teachers recruited locally, at least in the Southeast, or how many of those come from further away recruiting events?
Yes, I can actually answer that question, Dr. Presley, without having to go back and get the data. So last year, we put in our system, because we like to know the answer to that as well. Which schools does the district get the biggest return? Where are we going that we get the most applicants? And so we went back in the system in partnership with our ETS team, and we put very specific identifiers. What brought you to Greenville County Schools? What recruitment event did you attend? What college, what university were you at? And we made those questions required so that we could get that information. Now, here is something that we're still working through, which is why, unfortunately, I would not be able to provide the data that Ms. Doolin is asking for, but I would like to provide an explanation as to why. We're reliant upon our candidates that answer those required questions to go through the drop down and select where they were at and which event they attended, or we even put in an open comment section for that as well, because we really want that information. But what we have seen is about 85 to 90% of those folks select the GCS website, because that is the last point of contact they had with us. And so from an applicant perspective, we're just going to select that and move forward. I will say this, that is an interesting question. What is the return on investment in our recruiting efforts? And my response to that is always going to be, if we have certified educators serving our students on day one, that ROI is where we need it to be. But specifics, we are working on going back into the system to fix that so that it is not showing an average of roughly 85 to 90% GCS website.
A less specific, but probably a little bit shorter answer to that. For years, we have tracked the places we went out of state, basically, and in state, and whether or not they produced any hires. Now, you asked the question the way they're asking it now, it's much more specific. But we've discontinued trips out of state because they did not generate a teacher, or maybe they only generated one, and it was a 300-400 mile trip. We don't make that trip anymore. So Margaret has tracked that.
Superintendent Royster, with your permission, I'm going to ask that we extend another 3 minutes.
Sure. Mark, you've tracked that for multiple years now, and we have discontinued trips, and we'll add them. If they turn out to not be beneficial, we'll drop them. And some of that is also based on what kind of teachers we get from there. Kind, not referring to the quality, but is this a source, for example, for special ed teachers? Or is this a source that may produce some science or math teachers? So we might go further to get one of those teachers than we might go to generate for positions that we generally have sufficient applicants for.
Thank you for that explanation. It sounds like a lot of intentionality, and I want to thank Ms. Clements, her entire team, for everything that you're doing for our district, considering the size and the demand for highly qualified everybody. I just want to commend and thank you for all the work that you do and for this great presentation today.
Excuse me, Dr. Presley.
Yes, sir.
Do you have time for the follow-up for Ms. Goodwin-Cowell's
Absolutely.
question?
I think we got about another minute, Dr. Ward.
Okay. Do you know if the drivers are referring to the advanced pay option or bonus? There's about 4 different categories that they're told about.
They said when they got hired, they were told that they would be part of whatever the semi-annual bonus is. So I think it's a bonus for them becoming a bus driver with Greenville County Schools.
Right. And I think the sign-on bonus, I think they qualify after 45 days for sign-on bonus. I think some of them confuse the advanced pay option with the bonus, in which they are paid in advance at the beginning of the semester. But they actually, some of that is deducted out of their checks over the course of the semester, and that advanced pay option is to get them started and pay early on instead of accruing the earned pay.
Well, I know they said that they were told that they would get it and they didn't get it because they were told that they had to be an employee by the first day of school.
Right, that kind of sounds like the advanced pay option, but they do qualify if they're signed on after the beginning of the school year. But in first semester, they don't qualify for it first semester, but they do qualify for that advanced pay option second semester. There are 2 separate payouts for that at the beginning of first and second semester. We can, I'll ask them to make sure we clarify that.
It would be most helpful
employees.
if you would go back to those people and refer them to either their transportation supervisor or one of the employee relations representatives, because there are multiple bonuses. The largest one has to do with being there every day and having no accidents. So this could be any of a number of categories. It would be most efficient for us to address it to the individual.
Okay.
All
right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. Any other questions? Wonderful. Thank you again, Ms. Clements. Our second matter of business is item 3.02, revision of board policy KCA. Dr. Royster, would you like to speak to this matter?
Thank you, Dr. Presley. Last month, the board amended its policy to change the start time for the regular board meetings. And we were presented with a request from the board to also include an option for electronic sign up to speak. So this policy has been amended to reflect a window of time to electronically sign up online, as well as maintaining a window of time for those who perhaps not as don't use technology as much. They could still sign up in person just prior to the meeting. And it attempts to bring a level of consistency between committee of the whole and board meeting as to the length of that window. Of course, committee of whole is a little bit unusual. It starts first thing in the morning, so the times are not exactly the same, but they are very similar to one another. It also ends that sign-up period just a little bit earlier than it's customarily ending. So when we have a lot of speakers, it allows opportunity. The chair, for example, makes a decision to shorten time for us to effectively communicate that, to let them know that we tell them that's a possibility when they sign up, and also give a little bit of time to get the list prepared so that we're not passing it around in here 2 minutes before the meeting starts. So it reflects those changes. Mr. Webb, did I miss anything of substance?
No, I think you did a good job capturing and summarizing the policy changes.
If you were to be out, would I be able to substitute?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Dr. Royster and Mr. Webb. We have a recommended motion to approve the revisions to board policy KCA as presented. I need a maker of the motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the revision to board policy KCA as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Lavendus Wells, and we have Ms. Mosley as a second. Do I have, now do we have any questions or any discussion? Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell?
Doug, I was looking at the revisions on here, and for the regularly scheduled meetings, should that be 6:10 to 6:40 instead of 5:10 to 5:40 for the regular scheduled meetings? I know that they are able to sign up. They were able to sign up until 15 minutes before our 7 o'clock meeting, but this has 5 o'clock.
Sure. So by board action, if you recall, the regularly scheduled meetings at night will be at 6 p.m. And so that's why this has been moved up, in essence, an hour prior for our sign up.
Oh, I want to
Starting
I wasn't
in
here. I wasn't here in December. So, we got a 6 o'clock meeting now?
Yes.
starting in February.
Well, darn, I did not know that. I'm glad I asked. I would have been here at 7. Okay, thank
You miss one thing and you miss a lot sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin Caldwell. Mr. Cochran?
Thank you. First, I have a question concerning, like, what it says concerning the committee of the whole meeting, that electronic registration will open at 12 p.m. noon the day prior to the meeting. Is that something that can be programmed to happen automatically, or is that something that an employee has to be in place to do that process to get that started at 12 noon?
Yeah, we are in the process of working with ETS and our webmaster and the logistics of it. So I don't know if I have that question unless Ms. Fitzer, so we can get back to you on that. But it will be open then, whether it needs to be a switch or something affirmatively done by an employee or automatically. Obviously, the preference would be automatically.
We had also hoped that we'd be able to use, board docs has become diligence. So we have new software that we're running right now simultaneous with board docs to make the transition. There is a feature in there. It doesn't allow us to do some of the things we would want for it to do. But we would hope that we could get their product to do it, and it would just work simultaneous with the agenda being posted. Until and unless we can do that, we'll have to go through, as Mr. Webb indicated, with ETS and do our own. But there's a number of things that we have to make sure are done, that a person has to make sure are done, even with the posting of board docs and so forth.
Considering the fact that I know it was mentioned a few minutes ago about our constituents that come to speak at the meetings, and we normally allow up to 1 hour for that. But due to the fact that Greenville County has been growing at the rate that it is, and we now have an extra hour, and I realize we want to stay within the intent of the original idea of some folks being able to make it out of here earlier. But again, due to the incredible rate of growth we've had since that 1 hour policy was put in place, I think we should extend that just a little bit. Also, I realize people out there, especially down in my district, there's several different types of jobs that people have down there in that area. And, some folks do have jobs where they have access to a computer during the day, and maybe they can be on their phone on occasions, but there are other folks to where that's a bit more of a hardship, to where they're busy working with machines and whatever the case may be. And so since it's all electronic anyway, and we're doing that for the COW meeting to where it's actually opening up the day before, I would also like to see us do that for the regular meeting as well, and open that up the day before, instead of just being 8 a.m. to where a lot of people would already be at work at that point. right now, the way it reads, it's from 8 a.m. on the day of the meeting and closing at 5:40. So I move to amend the current motion by striking out basically two things. First of all, in the first paragraph, right back at the beginning of the new proposed policy, the second line where it says up to 1 hour will be set aside, I would like to strike out 1 hour and insert 1 hour and 15 minutes. So again, there's been several times since I've been on the board to where we had to say that we're going to have to cut it from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. This would allow a little more time for that. It also might allow for just another 2 or 3 speakers, considering our population growth. And the second place where I would like to strike out and replace is the second bullet, kind of in the paragraph below there, where it says electronic registration will open at 8 a.m. on the day of the meeting. I would like to strike out 8 a.m. on the day of the meeting and replace it with 3 p.m., since we're not quite sure at this point whether we would have to have an employee be in charge of that or where we might be able to set it up to kind of do it automatically. So I would like it to say 3 p.m. on the day prior to the meeting. Thanks.
Mr. Cochran, you're putting me through my paces today. So I'm going to request that Mr. Webb kind of walk us through what was just asked, or whoever is, so that we can then figure out what next steps are with this requested amendment.
Sure. I think Ms. Fitzer might be typing that as we speak. But to summarize Mr. Cochran's proposed amendment, one, it would extend beyond 1 hour, the public comment period, to 1 hour and 15 minutes. So if the start time of the, let's say, regular board meeting is at 6 p.m., obviously that would take an hour and 15 minutes potentially to 7:15, far as that period of time. And then, as Mr. Cochran has moved, is for the electronic registration for the regular scheduled meeting of the nighttime board meeting would be 3 p.m. The open window would start at 3 p.m. on the day prior to the meeting instead of 8 a.m. as currently drafted, the day of the meeting.
Okay. All right. So back to the first part. So we're saying instead of, can you clarify that one more time?
So sure. So technically, as it would stand right now, or at least with this draft, the board meeting time would be at 6 p.m. starting in February, as by the board's action in December. So instead of how the normal 1 hour window has worked in the past, which would be 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., this would be 6 p.m. to 7:15 p.m. through this amended motion by Mr. Cochran. So it'd be an hour and 15 minutes.
For people to register to
speak. So I think as Mr.
So if we had that
Cochran
many, okay.
has referenced, if you have more than 20 speakers, I have to do the math here real quick, 20 speakers typically, then the board chair has the authority to narrow the 3-minute window of speaking to 2 minutes to allocate within that 1 hour of public comment period time. This would extend it to 1 hour and 15. So it's possible you would have more speakers with the 3-minute opportunities versus the 2-minute opportunity.
Okay.
Might be helpful to know, just as background, that on some occasions, several occasions, the board chair has reduced that time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, a few times over several years. We have never had an occasion where the board did not extend the hour to accommodate everyone who had signed up to speak before the meeting. That's happened a few times. It's been a few years since that's happened. But that's always the board's discretion to allow if there's 100 people sign up to speak, to allow everyone who signed up to speak. And historically, my 20 years worth of history, that has happened each time. We might have reduced the time to 2 minutes, but each time each person was allowed to speak, just to provide some background.
With the board's permission, I'm going to ask that we extend for 10 minutes. Clarification, Mr. Webb or whomever, do we now discuss the proposed amendment? We take.
Yes, that's right. So there would be a discussion on the proposed amendment, a vote on that amendment. Then if it passes, you would go back to the original motion with the amendments included.
Okay. So do we have questions or comments on Ms. Levin as well?
Yes, Dr. Presley, does it need a second in order to discuss?
Yes.
Then I'll go ahead and second his motion so we can discuss it.
Thank you. Okay, so now we'll take questions or discussion, proposed amendment. All right. Ms. Middleton.
Excuse me as I'm reading this because my eyesight is not what it used to be. But I don't see here where it says that we're going to be starting this is only the board meetings. This is the only change as far as start time will be at 6 p.m. But is that in this?
No, that is included in a different policy, BCBA. That was for in December.
I knew that.
Yeah,
I just wanted to see if you knew it.
I passed.
Okay. That's my only question. Thank you.
Ms. Brett.
Thanks, Dr. Presley. I like the idea of giving the public that 24 hours-ish time frame to register to speak. I think that I don't see a problem with that. And I think that was a good idea, Mr. Cochran. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell?
I was going to ask for clarification under that general rule about that it can only pertain to an item under discussion.
I think we'll have to do this and then take that afterward.
Okay.
Okay. So now we have a motion, we had a second, no more, but so we take the all in favor, right? Is that where we are?
Could we have a roll call vote on this, please?
Absolutely. Mr. Cochran requests a roll call.
You got to do it all, Nancy.
Pardon me for just a second.
We've got one more request for clarification. No problem at all.
I don't feel like I have an issue with any of this, but I want to make sure that there's not something, because the board's worked a certain way the whole time I've been on it. So I just want to, I'm asking maybe this question to you, Doug. Is there any disadvantage to opening up? I mean, I can't think of one myself, but is there any disadvantage to opening up the day before for the board meeting per Jeff's? And is there any disadvantage to changing it from 1 hour to 1 hour and 15 minutes? I'm just, I can't think of one, but I'm just making sure that I haven't lost something and not having the benefit of history beyond the 4 years I've been on the board.
I mean, I think you could have perhaps pros and cons of the hour and 15 minutes. At some point in the distant past, the board set the 1 hour for a reason, to allow opportunity for public comment, but also to do board business within a certain time frame. But there are pros and cons for each, and there's not an inherent disadvantage, and there's certainly logic behind both sides of timing and windows.
Okay.
Ms. Morrison, fair?
Yes, I would like to clarify the amendment that we are voting on. Is that the one in yellow?
Ms. Fisher, I don't believe that captures.
No, no, ma'am, that's just showing the relevant text. Would you all like me to write in what was suggested?
I'm looking at that, I'm looking at the, okay. So you don't have the amended motion up there?
So if you give us a minute, I can work Ms. Fitzer and put that on the screen.
I can put it on the screen,
Clear on
yeah.
what I'm voting on.
Sorry, Nancy. We just want to give people a little chance. This is like, it won't let me, It's not letting me edit.
Cochran, does that accurately represent your amendment?
Yes, I certainly think that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison Fair. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Levinas Wells?
But Dr. Parsley, I think it just shows that we're giving everybody an opportunity to adjust to this time change. And I think it's a positive thing. So thank you, Dr. Presley. That's it.
All right, I believe we are ready for a roll call vote now on the proposed amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Brett? Correct. Mr. Klein? Mr. Cochran?
Yes.
Ms. Doolin? Oh, she can't vote, sorry, on Zoom. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell? Ms. Levinas Wells? Ms. Middleton?
Yes.
Ms. Morrison Fair?
Yes.
Ms. Mosley?
Yes.
Dr. Presley?
Yes.
Dr. Stiles?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's 9 yes and 1 no.
All right, the motion carries. Our next 3 items.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I beg your pardon,
Dr. Presley.
jumping ahead.
So then one more vote on,
One
on
more
that
vote.
as amended.
One more vote on as amended. So do I have a motion?
I make the motion to vote on this as just amended policy KCA.
All right, second. Thank you, Ms. Levinas Wells.
And could we once again, I'm sorry for interrupting, could we once again have a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
So, Doug, this is for the change.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Brett? Yes. Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Cochran?
Yes.
Ms. Goodwin Caldwell? Yes. Ms. Levinas Wells?
Yes.
Ms. Middleton?
Yes.
Ms. Morrison Fair? Yes. Ms. Mosley?
Yes.
Dr. Presley?
Yes.
And Dr. Stiles?
Yes.
Okay, that's 10 yes, 0 no.
Okay, now the motion carries. Our next, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Ms. Goodwin Caldwell needed clarification on something prior to the motion carrying, I think.
Clarification on down there under general rules on only when the presentation pertains to an item under discussion. Is that, should that be an item on the agenda? So, and also that, it says, let's see, person's not registering to appear to participate only with the unanimous consent, only when this presentation pertains to an item under discussion. Because I know that sometimes we have people coming in and they speak on things that are not on the agenda or under discussion. So this is that just for, this was with them not registering and coming in? Does that pertain to them registering? It would be only about the items on the agenda under discussion.
So if someone does not register and the board wishes to allow them to still speak, then you could do so through unanimous consent, so long as that point of that topic is on the agenda for discussion by the board. So that allows, if they do not register, that's the key here. If they do not meet the windows and register, whether it be
So
electronically.
if they register, they can discuss anything.
That's right. That's relevant to the school district.
That's the clarification I needed. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good question. All right. The next three items require that we move to executive session. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to move that we move to executive session for a security update, for receipt of legal advice regarding the South Carolina Tort Claims Act, and for receipt of legal advice regarding the Ethics Act.
Second that.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll now move to executive session.
and no votes were taken. At this time, we plan to break again and have a brief lunch, which will last approximately 30 minutes. Thank you. I'm going to repeat that. My speaker was not on. I would like to inform the audience that our board just left executive session and no decisions were made and no votes were taken. At this time, we're going to take a brief lunch break, about 30 minutes, and then we will return and conclude our COW agenda items, which includes items 4.01, 4.02, and 4.03. So we'll see you back in 30 minutes. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Thank you. I'm going to call our committee of the whole meeting back together. At this time, our fourth matter of business is building and grounds, and I'm going to ask Mr. Cochran if he would be kind enough to chair this section for us.
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Cochran, you have the floor. Thank you.
Our first matter of business is item 4.01, which is the facilities project report. This item is for information only. Dr. Royster, would you like to speak concerning this item?
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. We don't have any particular presentation to make. We'll be glad to answer any questions you might have regarding the projects that are posted in your information.
Does anyone have any questions? Any at all? Okay, hearing none, we will move on. That was, again, just for information. So we will move on to 4.02, which deals with transforming game fields with artificial turf. Dr. Royster, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. I'll go ahead and start that off. Mr. Carlin and Coach Nance, who he didn't disappear, did he? See Mr. Carlin. Mr. Warren will go track him down. We'll present this. You all will recall the board asked some questions about possibilities regarding artificial turf last year, and we shared with the board at that time we would research that matter and come back to the board with our findings and with a recommendation. We have had considerable issues as we have added more teams that utilize stadium fields for contest, with maintaining the turf, because all of our fields right now are natural turf, which requires significant maintenance, and they're basically being used year-round. In the fall with football, in the spring with soccer and lacrosse, and multiple teams in each of those sports. So it's taking more and more to keep those grass surfaces in safe playing condition. So one of the things that we have looked at is the possibility of artificial turf for stadium playing fields. It is becoming more and more common in high school athletic competitions in our state and throughout the country. And we've got some information about others in our state that have artificial turf. The other thing this allows us to do is provide a greater minimum width for play for lacrosse and soccer, whose dimensions can exceed the maximum dimensions in width of a football field. So our recommendation is contained in this presentation is to move forward with the utilization of artificial turf, and we have placed a budget amount on that, as well as covered allocation of funding going forward that we would budget through, likely through Mars, but we would budget an amount every year, because one of the downsides to artificial turf is it has to be replaced at a point in the future. And you don't want all those to run out at one time, nor do you want the bill for all of them to come due at one time. So there's an incremental recommendation in there for a set aside for each year to maintain this. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Colonel Carlin, Coach Nance, and Coach Bell to provide the specifics of our findings and our recommendation. Colonel Carlin?
Thank you, Dr. Royster. Board of Trustees, thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you about transforming game fields with artificial turf. Of course, all our facilities align with strategic plan goal number 3, caring culture and environment. And our guiding statement, provide a safe and healthy learning environment that promotes learning and respectful relationships. This is a graph that we displayed back in May when Dr. Royster was talking about when we came and talked to you about some of our existing athletics and fields, and then also the fact that we would come back and talk about artificial turf. The South Carolina High School League that we are aligned with Also aligns with the National Federation of High School Sports. And you can see on the left-hand side what the recommended dimensions are for football, soccer, and lacrosse. Obviously, football is a fixed measurement for length and width. Soccer and lacrosse, there's some flexibility there, but the preferred width for both soccer and lacrosse is 180 feet in width. What this graph is showing you is our existing fields and how the play or how the dimensions were being utilized for those fields back in that 2024 May timeframe. And you can see just the variation when you look at the soccer column and the lacrosse column for the size of the fields that they were playing on. The most important part of this graph is on the far right-hand side, the max safe dimensions. And at the time, 9, now 8 of our fields would not accommodate that preferred 180-foot width. We did some work at Jail Man over the summer with some drainage work on the visitor side of the field, and we're able to accommodate 180-foot wide. There are some other things at Jail Man that still need to be done to get that field up to the same level as some of our other fields in the district. But it currently can accommodate play for 180 feet wide. And Daryl Nance and I are tag teaming on this, so I'm going to kick it to him to talk about what we see around the state for grass versus artificial turf.
Thank you, Scott. So this graph is pretty easy to see. All the green counties or districts, they currently have artificial turf. The blue is still grass. And you can see about 97 schools have turf, 94 have grass. Those are the schools that are listed in the State Department of Education as public high schools. There are more than that. There's 221 schools that are in part of the high school league. But most of those that are not listed are either the private schools or very small charter schools that don't play football. Many of them don't play lacrosse or soccer, so they may not even have a field. But that's the current breakdown across the state of turf versus grass. And this is a season perspective, kind of gives you an idea of where our teams are. They're in gold in different regions. The green area is, or the green schools are our opponents that do have turf. And you can see from the top right-hand corner, all 3 of the state championship facilities this year, football, lacrosse, and soccer, are all turf, artificial turf locations. And really have been for quite a while, since 2014. And state contracts are at Memorial Stadium, Irmo, and South Carolina State currently. All right. Weekly impact at the school level for natural grass, we limit really the addition of extra student activities. There's very limited use of the fields because of the sustainability of grass, because of weather issues. Paint and labor costs are pretty extensive for grass. You can see there from between $500 to $800 usually per field to line them off. Football's a little more expensive. Obviously, they have more lines than soccer and lacrosse. It takes 2 to 3 hours generally to line a field. We also have weather dependency, which we experienced a lot of this year. We had football games that were moved a couple of times. Every time we move a football game, it costs us a significant amount of money, generally $5,000. You'll see to some of the larger games may experience an $8,000 reduction in whether they play on Thursday night or Saturday. This year, of course, we had a combination of weeks we missed with the hurricane, and we had to play a Saturday, Tuesday, Saturday, or some played a Thursday, Tuesday, Saturday. And so we had 3 weeks in a row that our income was off for football. And then playability. You want the fields to be nice, and it's good in the fall. The Bermuda gets a nice warm growing season. The Bermuda stays strong generally through football season. Once those practices begin for spring sports, while the Bermuda's dormant, the Bermuda gets torn up, and by the time we get into lacrosse and soccer, the fields are quite worn by the end of the year because the Bermuda just has not had a chance to regenerate And so it takes quite a while for the playability. It can be off for some of the sports, right? Whereas artificial turf, essentially what we're doing is adding a lighted practice field, because you can practice on that turf where you wouldn't really practice in a stadium, because you don't want to tear up that field where you actually have your games. And artificial turf gives us an opportunity to add more events. Particularly, we could add band concerts, maybe some community events. And we'd really like to see the growth of girls flag football. That's one of the fastest growing sports in the nation. And every place we've been and all the people we've talked to about flag football, particularly for girls, the way the games are played, the amount of games, everybody says you need turf fields. Grass is not really sustainable for that. It gives you a more reliable schedule for your games and events. It's relatively maintenance-free on a daily basis, unlike the grass with no paint and labor costs associated with it. So one of the first things we did is we surveyed our coaches, athletic administrators, those that use the field. You see all the number of coaches. We had 78 coaches among lacrosse, soccer, football, and ADs. 73 wanted turf, answered yes. We had 5 that said no, and of those 5, 2 of them were football coaches who said, I really don't care, but I prefer grass. But we put them as the no's, just so they could say. But they really don't care. They really didn't care, but they said their initial response was no, so I recorded the no. All right. Pros of artificial turf, we have durability. It can stand a lot of use. All right. Low maintenance. Once it's installed, it's very low maintenance. All-weather play and extended playing hours. We use a little bit longer. We can stay on it longer than we could with grass. The cons, well, one is the initial cost. It's certainly an expensive cost to put in to start with. And the other was heat retention. So one of the things about the artificial turf is it does hold on to heat. In the hot parts of the day, it will hold on to heat. And sometimes it's can be measured at 35 to 55 degrees hotter than grass during peak heat hours, which is fine. We understand that. We don't really play in peak heat hours. It'll be after, if they're going to use it for practice in the summer, it would be in the morning. We play in the evenings. So we can avoid a lot of that, and we can practice on our practice fields to stay off of that. But to give you an idea of that heat retention, it's basically the equivalent of being on the track or being on the tennis court. So an asphalt tennis court, the rubberized tracks, those temperatures can be in the 140 degrees temperature at prime peak heat hours of the summer days. And our teams don't practice then. They're usually evening or morning to avoid that. Our coaches are well aware of the heat issues. All right.
Before you go off of that, Darryl, if I recall correctly too, depending on the infill, various turf has different types of infill. That's the majority, the bulk of the construction of the field.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
One that included in our recommendation, which is a wood product infill, is on the low end of that. In fact, the upper end of a wood infill is 35 degrees, where that's for rubberized infill, that would be the lower end. But that temperature would actually be less than, basically you're talking about this surface is the same surface you put on a track.
Yes, sir. That's
Looks
correct.
a little different, but it's the same type surface.
Yes, sir.
But track has obviously an asphalt base underneath it, which intensifies the heat.
Right.
So it's not a level of heat. That number sounds high. It's a level that we're accustomed to dealing with in athletics.
Right. Yes, sir. All right. Pros for natural grass is cooler. And there is the issue of long-term costs. It's easier to install and maintain a natural grass field, less expensive than artificial there. The cons for grass is it really limits our future growth as far as maxing out the number of events we can have and expanding to student needs without the addition of some property or adding extra fields. We're really limited to future growth. There is a high maintenance issue with our grass. And one of the issues with the high maintenance is we have very specialized technicians who do that. And that's an expensive FTE to put in there to maintain the grass. weather dependency. One of the things that I've talked to, and there's a little bit more of this on another slide, when I talk to ADs around the state that have turf, is they say, well, here's one thing that's a huge advantage for us over you. We're going to play a couple of more games than you are because we're going to be able to play on a wet surface, but we're going to practice probably 10 to 12 more times a year than you are because you're not going to go out and practice in the rain. You're going to be stuck inside in the gym trying to figure out how you can run a play in the gym, and you can't really practice soccer and lacrosse in the gym, and football is a little more difficult, and it also moves volleyball out of the way or cheer out of the way from time to time. He said, so we get a lot more playability and less weather dependency than you do based on us having turf. All right. And then this is a big slide for us with research. And then again, anecdotally, as I was just mentioning, anecdotally, in addition to that, none of the ADs that I've spoken with across the state regret putting in or installing turf. They've seen no increase in athletic injuries and no issues that they've had. In fact, two different counties that I talked with, their athletic director said, if I could put it in baseball and softball, I would immediately. Right? But the top one is really the issue with research findings. There is no comprehensive research in the grass or turf industry that definitively establishes a link between artificial turf and increased injury rates or toxin exposure. And there are thousands of reports out there, but there's no comprehensive research that can link anything to the injury or the toxin exposure. But we still put some things out there for health concerns. Right? Limited health risks. The current research indicates low levels of hazardous materials. The crumb rubber, the original crumb rubber from the first generation of turf back in the 70s was basically ground up steel radial tires. Right? That doesn't happen anymore. It's not like that anymore. So that's really not a potential health risk like it may have used to have been. We have a very current Hofstra University study that says there is no significant risk to football through exposure to crumb rubber. And as we research this product, alternative infills are being developed all the time. And as Dr. Royster said, you see that bottom piece there, we're proposing a wood infill that is non-toxic. And that would reduce the potential for the heat index on the fields. And in injury prevalence, there's mixed reviews, again, on that. But a lot of that is gender, level of play, and the increasing prevalence of year-round sports, where a student athlete plays one sport year-round, year-round, year-round. And a lot of these injuries are overuse injuries in the same sport. A lot of it also can be attributed to footwear. Kids go out and wear the wrong types of shoes, cleats on turf. And that can be an issue there. So we would obviously work with coaches through that. There have been significant advancements in artificial turf. We're currently in about the 4th generation turf, where turf originally was, what you may have seen it at Lowe's or Home Depot, just a roll of basically green fabric. It was laid over top of asphalt. Now it's anywhere from 48 ounces thick to 100 ounces thick. In square inches. It's very, very, the significant advancements have been put in, plus the shock pad technology that goes under it, significant increases there. Studies also show that the concussion severity is actually reduced on artificial turf, because artificial turf essentially requires GMAX and HIC testing, which is a method to test the hardness of the surface. And very few people bother to HIC or GMAX test grass fields. So this is something that is required, something we would put into the project. And because of that regular testing, if they find that it supersedes or exceeds the testing, we would have to go in and add more infill, which is an easy fix. And then the heat retention you don't want to be doing a lot of stuff on hot turf. We actually had a coach across the state this year who, as a punishment, made his kids bear crawl across the hot turf in the middle of the day. The coach no longer coaches in this state, okay? Obviously, mistake made. That was not, we wouldn't have to worry about that. We would know what we're doing. But we can also, you can mitigate some of that with irrigation. You can wet the turf down, you can wet the wood product down that's going to be infilled, and we can take care of some of that heat retention issue. This is just a slide kind of looking at the number of games that we play on grass. And from 2003, we had about 5, you'd expect 5 home varsity games, 5 home JV or sub-varsity games, and about 16 between boys and girls soccer. If you had all the teams, you'd have 16 varsity and JV soccer games each. Where now we are, well, still 16 soccers, we're 12 and 8 lacrosses, and we're at minimum 15 home football games. Right now, adding the middle school football games in there. If we could look to add middle school lacrosse. There is enough interest in multiple schools to have middle school lacrosse. And we think we would have 6 schools that would be really interested in starting girls flag football. I think that number would grow to 10 or 12 within a year of seeing the others have it. It is starting to come into South Carolina. Many of you may have seen recently that Erskine has started a girls flag football team that has scholarship opportunities. It's coming. It's coming. And this goes back to Scott.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. Well, when considering an investment such as this, it's certainly appropriate to look at all the costs that go along with it. So what we're showing here is what the cost of ownership looks like between our grass field inventory and what it would look like for artificial turf. If you look at your center column, those are the things that we're required to perform to maintain these fields, including fuel costs. Of course, we've got lawnmowers, reel mowers in particular. Also, soil maintenance. That includes fertilization, adding soil amendments when necessary, weed control, pest control. Of course, with a grass field, it requires watering, so we've got irrigation systems. We got to pay for the water to keep that grass growing and maintain those irrigation systems. Spot resodding. Daryl very well talked about how these fields tend to degrade once we start in August through the spring sports because they're just having difficulty putting up with the wear and tear that all these sports are bringing to it. So at the end of spring season, we are typically resodding both sidelines of the field and then where the lacrosse crease or goal for lacrosse, where the creases are located, and of course where the soccer goals are located, we're typically having to go in and replace some of that sod that's been damaged beyond repair. Of course, we've got perennial ryegrass that we plant in the spring because the Bermuda grasses have gone dormant. So all total, it's a little over $167,000 per year to maintain our grass fields. Daryl mentioned the fact that from a day-to-day basis, and particularly for the schools, the artificial turf is relatively maintenance-free. However, there is maintenance required for artificial fields, and when you consider some of the cyclical replacements that are required, you have to take that into account when it comes to cost of ownership. What we've done here on the items that you see on the right-hand side, the 10-year items and the 30-year items, we converted those into a yearly cost. So you could have apples to apples to look at between grass fields and artificial turf. So there's a turf and infill replacement requirement. The entire turf surface comes off as well as the infill and must be replaced at around the 10-year point. There's some minimal turf maintenance that's required if you get an area where, say, part of the carpet, the seam separates, or you have to do something like that. Minimal fuel cost about a little less than a third of what it costs for our grass mowers. There's a special piece of grooming equipment that we would purchase with the artificial turf installations. That has to be replaced every 10 years. And then Daryl also mentioned the shock pad. There's a shock pad that gets installed under the turf layer that mitigates injury and certainly gets us in a much better place when it comes to concussions. And then every 3 years, we would test the fields for to make sure they're not hard in accordance with the HIC and GMAX testing protocols. Interesting to note, even if we move to artificial turf, we're still going to need those dollars that are required for the grass fields, because we're going to be adding new middle school grass fields at Fountain Inn K8. Hillcrest Middle School really needs another field, a baseball field. The new Bryson Middle School will have athletic fields. Riverside High School needs another practice field. So that $167,000 and change will be absorbed into these additional field requirements that come not too far distant down the road. And then if you look at the left-hand side of the screen, our plan is to include those large requirements associated with artificial turf in the long-range facility plan capital improvement program that you will see and we will be bringing to you in the not-too-distant future. Okay, so it's important to consider the fact that we have some deficiencies in the existing fields as they stand now. There are 8 fields that we currently cannot accommodate lacrosse and soccer adequately with that 180-foot width. So back in May, we talked to you a little bit about what that might look like. These costs on the left side of the screen have been modified and escalated in accordance with the current construction market, as well as the cost of materials and labor. But suffice it to say, Eastside, Hillcrest High, J.L. Mann, and Riverside will require some fairly significant modifications. I touched on it earlier. J.L. Mann will currently accommodate 180 feet wide, but there are some other things associated with that field that we really need to correct. Wade Hampton High School, of course, is an anomaly in that list, but it's because in order to accommodate 180 feet wide, we would need to significantly modify the visitors' seating on that side of the field. And then there are some minor modifications that need to happen at Blue Ridge High, Fountain Inn, Greer High School, and Southside that we aggregated into the number you see there. So just shy of $4.9 million to make those corrections. If we move to the right side of the screen, with artificial turf, all those deficiencies go away. They will be taken care of with the installation of the artificial turf. It's not an insignificant number, $24,060,010 to do those initial installations. We looked at 3 items when we put together our schedule on a proposed replacement. We looked at first trying to move up the more expensive constructions into the initial phases of this schedule. Obviously, if you have a more expensive field and we wait till the 3rd year, it's just that much more cost we're adding. So that's the first thing we looked at. Secondly, we looked at what programs right now will not accommodate lacrosse at the high school. So we prioritized those. And then finally, you'll see that there are 3 schedules: winter 2025-26, winter 26-27, winter 27-28, where we plan on doing 2 artificial turf installations over the winter season. That becomes very difficult when you have tracks around the field and also have events like pole vault, long jump, high jump associated with those projects. So all those, or the 6 that we've located in the winter timeframe, they don't have tracks around, they don't have events in there. And we think we can accommodate that with that schedule very well. So artificial turf, certainly more expensive, but provides some of the benefits that Daryl Nance talked about that we cannot provide if we just do the field modifications with our grass fields. So in summary, it is becoming more and more difficult to provide high-quality athletic game fields in the district. Not that we don't have the crews that put good hard work into maintaining them as well as we can. It's just the activity and the wear and tear that the fields receive once we begin in August through the spring sports. Artificial turf is the only surface that will stand up to the kind of pounding that our fields are taking now and will likely be in the future as we consider some of these other programs. Also remaining competitive on the first slide that Daryl discussed that had the state and who has grass and who has artificial turf. I think 97 fields are turf now, 94 are grass. So the competition is moving in the direction of artificial turf. And then finally, in order to provide parity amongst all our fields and the ability to play lacrosse and soccer, we're going to have to invest dollars to do that to our grass fields in the amount of just shy of $4.9 million. The maintenance cost is less expensive for sure at $167,196. But we think our better investment is to take those dollars that we would spend on the grass fields, invest them in artificial turf fields to appropriately accommodate the athletic program that we have now, provide those quality fields all through the year, and accommodate more activity on those fields, especially as we consider adding other sports. So our recommendation is to approve the transfer of $24,060,010 of unassigned general fund balance to building fund to offset the costs of the conversion of grass stadium fields to artificial turf. With an annual maintenance fee of $1,095,395. And with that, Daryl and I will attempt to answer any questions you have.
All right, first of all, Colonel Carlin and Coach Nance, thank you all so much for the presentation. I think we have several people with questions, and Ms. Mosley, I think is first.
Thank you so much, guys. I know a lot of effort went to put into this, and I would be less than truthful if I didn't say that I'm a parent of a former athlete, so I do like hearing about our athletic progress. To that end, do we have and you may have said this in the beginning and I may have missed it, do we have a number of students participating in field sports, like whether it's lacrosse, like do we know how many of our students across the district, like what our numbers look like for that?
I can get you that in just a minute.
Sorry, I didn't mean to stump you.
No, that's fine. You want football, lacrosse, soccer numbers?
I would like to know how many students we have that if we were to make this investment, that impacts, knowing that you're talking about the growth in something like flag football for girls and stuff that we're talking about more, because as a parent, I just graduated my last child, so I still feel kind of close to having that age child, particularly at the high school level. I know it's important, and I feel like my voting record reflects the importance I place on academics in this district, but I also recognize the value of athletics and activities, whether it's fine arts or athletics. And I would just like to know how many students that participate in our activities after school, in our athletic activities.
Title IX report would have that.
Okay.
At least 1,800 football players. You got the
9 through 12. Football is right.
Yeah, take that screen off. I can't see.
And you
almost
can ballpark
1,400 9 through 12 football players.
Okay.
Add 7th and 8th grade football players. Go down.
Lacrosse and soccer.
No, go football. Middle school football, 7th and 8th grade football.
Do you even have like a ballpark statistic? I'm just curious if it's 20%, 40%, 50%. And you can get back to me.
They've got they keep it running tally on spreadsheets. It's take them a while to add them.
Players. So over 1,800 football players.
Okay.
In Lacrosse, we have 110 plus 701, and in soccer, we have 1,057.
Okay, and for the schools that have track and field, I know, for example, at Eastside High School, we host at least 3 large events a year, maybe 8 total, but big ones that are statewide, the biggest in the state, and that turf is used.
Right. Oh, yeah.
For track and field, because that wasn't on your list, but I was just making sure I'm right about that, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Which would be another 2,000 plus kids for that.
Right. Okay. So, so anyway, I really appreciate the priority of this, because I do feel like we hear, at least as a board member, I sometimes hear that athletics are the lowest on the priority list. So there's a lot of folks that feel like that's, and I realize that not every single family has an athlete in them, but at the same time, I think children should be busy, and idle children make happy children. I mean, not idle children make happier children. So that's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, all that's to say, the safety, I think you addressed that. I actually have heard that footwear is very important. I did hear that. The long-term cost savings on this, are there any long-term savings?
No.
Okay.
There are no cost savings to doing this. It will cost us more to do this.
Okay.
But it's competitive, as you can see by the numbers. If you'd looked at that map a few years ago, those numbers would be far less. People are moving in that direction. Just like we were not among the first to put in rubberized surfaces on tracks. We were far behind the curve on doing that. But that's the way everybody's moving. Well, rubberized surface on a track is far more expensive than an asphalt track, but it's a far better surface. So there is no savings to this other than the very, to us, small amount, but to them a large amount, because they have to generate it through ticket sales. The amount the school has to do is basically removed. Right now, they have to do their own painting, which is fairly expensive. I believe Darrell has in his presentation a numerical cost on that. They have to do some other things at the school level. It basically reduces that to them. So they're obviously dependent on gate receipts. That helps them. Us, it doesn't. The reason we put that $1 million in there is to spread what we know is going to be an increased cost over the life of the field.
Okay.
So you don't get a big bill. In other words, 15, 20 years down the road, you're not having to spend 24 million times inflation again at one time. So we would, just like we do with all other ongoing maintenance expense, we'd fold that over. We'd have to boost Mars by that amount, but we'd fold that over into Mars. So when it's time to do those things, the money is sitting there. Okay. And that small amount we'd save in grass cutting, as was pointed out, the fields that we'll be adding in the next several years related to growth and new buildings, by the time we get these, if you all approve this, by the time we get those artificial fields built, it'll simply offset adding those fields.
So thank you for clarifying that one, because I was wondering where that $1 million came from. When it said 10 years, I didn't understand that it would spread it out over the course. That makes much more sense.
That $1 million is $1 million a year.
Gotcha.
But it covers all those things that Colonel Carlin has listed there. Infill replacement, which is about 10 years. The turf maintenance annually. Grooming equipment, 10 years, because you got to replace it in 10 years. Shock pad replacement, 30 years. And HIC GMAX testing, 3 years. You know, obviously at some point that out there, I guess it has to be adjusted for inflation, but that's based on current cost projected over time.
So if these are installed, if this gets approved and these were installed in a rollout fashion, I'm going to assume that maintenance and repair or replacement would also maybe be a staggered schedule, like that wouldn't all get.
That $1 million will begin immediately. So in the capital budget for FY26, we'd put $1 million in there, but you're probably not going to spend it till down the road somewhere.
But would we be doing it all in 1 year, or because not every turf field, if it doesn't, we might have some that last 2 years longer than another because it doesn't get as much play on it, for example.
Well, that $1 million is for the district as a whole.
Okay.
So, yeah, some of them are going, and that's what we're betting on. They'll wear at different rates.
Right, so when we go to replace them,
So we should have enough.
we aren't necessarily replacing all 15 at the same year. It would be
No.
more like the rollout or whatever.
And even if we did, we should have the money saved up to do that. Because the one that goes out 30 years, or is it shock pad replacement, that's the most expensive one, isn't it, Darryl? Of all of them. The infill replacement is not so much. And this is not different. I mean, the amounts are different and what you do is different. But we budget track maintenance the same way. We've got it based on the lifespan of that rubberized surface. You have to do some to it every year. But they end up not all running out on the same timeline, but we budget it so that we have enough when they do run out by annualizing the cost.
My understanding after talking to one of the athletic directors is that some of these groups have to practice off-site, off-campus, because we just can't have.
Yes.
So that putting turf in allows him to add more practice times to his schedule, which keeps students on campus versus having them drive otherwhere or having to bus them somewhere else or whatever, which I don't know how many schools do that, but I would suspect there's some type of, maybe for, not all of them are the same, but there's some type of cost involved with that. Correct?
Most coaches don't want to practice on their game field, having nothing to do with it being the game field, having to do with the fact that practicing just accelerates wearing out the surface. So to your point, a lot of them will be able to now get practice in there, if football in the fall. Not as big a scheduling issue, but some of them have to go off campus too. But particularly in the spring with lacrosse and soccer, by putting another practice surface in play and a lit practice surface, because all of them have 2 lit fields at least, but they're not going to use that stadium lit field for practice. This allows them to do that. The other thing we don't really mention in here, Darryl talked about flag football. He's been hung up on that for a couple of years now. He's trying to be a leader in South Carolina in flag football because it's very popular in the rest of the country. Darryl's trying to make it popular here. But notwithstanding adding flag football, because I think it'd be a great benefit to adding that, if we ever wanted to have, this is not uncommon in high schools, 9th grade teams. In other words, now we have varsity, junior varsity, and middle school. Our large high schools are large enough in lacrosse, soccer, and some of them in football to field a 9th grade team, creating more opportunity for students to participate. Because not only the benefits you mentioned, but there's all kind of research out there. Student that's involved in athletics, they have higher grades, they have a higher graduation rate, and they're less likely to have disciplinary referrals, less likely to be suspended or expelled from school. So there are tangible benefits. John Carlisle, that was the athletic director at Eastside for 100 years, John used to always say, and it's very true, it is the least expensive, most cost-effective, at-risk program that you can operate when you consider what we put into it and what students, the benefits they derive from it. That doesn't mention, Darryl touched on it, bands. They want to go out there and practice for their band competitions. Provides another opportunity to get on that field without hurting it, because that sometimes becomes a point of conflict between the coaches and the band director. Well, we get out there and practice our presentation for the competition. Well, that's just going to wear out the field more, because they're, to a degree, they're more like football than soccer and lacrosse. They go out there and hit certain points repeatedly. Soccer and lacrosse spread theirs a little more over the field, but they hit the same points on that field repeatedly because they're doing their competition show, which is repetition of the same places in the field. So it's extremely beneficial to our students. The place where it could provide some savings, if we wanted to add those things or increase availability of practice space, right now in most of our schools, we would have to recommend to you all to acquire more property. And you see how successful we've been with that, just to get some more parking. It's extremely expensive and it's hard to find. And then you got to maintain that as well. So it would defer for field sports having to, if we want to expand that way, go out and acquire more property, at least in some high schools. Most of our high schools do not have space on campus with which to expand right now.
Well, I have heard from my constituents and some that aren't, that their student is, when they go to these other areas of the state, wherever they are, where the facilities are perhaps perceived better, that they come back and they've, that has an impact on them. So I appreciate this information. It is a big decision. I recognize it is an investment. It is not something to be taken lightly, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Ms. Middleton.
Great presentation. So when I looked over this yesterday, I did do some research because some of you know I'm like a huge football fan and my whole family is very involved in football and all that. And a couple of questions. First of all, it seems like some of this was generated maybe about a year ago when J.L. Mann came in and the parents were saying the field was poor and they couldn't play. Was it soccer? I think it was soccer. What is the J.L. Mann parents feeling about going to turf? Has that been asked? Because I'm curious about that. Oh,
No,
do they want it?
We haven't asked
They want
them
it,
about
okay.
it. Their issue with the
They want it, okay.
their issue with the field was field condition and dimension. I think they did mention artificial turf when they came up here, but their big issue was dimension and condition. Well, this satisfies dimension and condition, but we've already fixed that. Their football field got an award for being the best stadium field in the state of South Carolina this year.
Okay.
And we got them some additional width.
We also rethought it too, right? Didn't we rethought it?
We did some sections.
Only in the area where we provided additional drainage on the visitor side.
But the field's still not crowned in the middle, which is just odd, but it's been that way since it was constructed. This addresses that, fixes that. But we fixed all the drainage issues.
Okay. Do we have any issues with, are there any of the football fields that have a running track around them?
Yes.
And do we have to then, when you expand the football field, if you do, to make it, whatever you said, to make it big enough for soccer, well, then you have to adjust the track?
No.
It just takes more work. It has to do with the slope and the drainage off that track. If you go back to the one where it sizes them all up the same size, please. All right, so this would put those all at what minimum dimension, Scott?
180 feet wide.
180 wide. So you see the one circled, we would pick up the difference. Now you can go more than that and play these sports, but the reason we didn't go to that, we'd have to tear out tracks to go more than 180. And 180 is plenty. Woodmont's got 187. Well, you don't need 187. What we hit was the max that we could do every place without having to rebuild tracks, because in some cases we'd have to move the track. You can't rebuild it on that site because there's not sufficient room to rebuild it inside that stadium.
Right.
We'd have to find another location. In some cases that would mean acquiring property to put it on. But we can get 180 without disrupting the track.
Okay, that's good. I was glad to see that you're going to use the wood filler as opposed to the rubber, because I know the rubber had some kind of contaminant when they would breathe that in. The other thing I was interested in is that the NFL, they said, is going back to natural grass because it's safer for players. Is that garbage?
I believe that's what the NFL Players Association has said.
Which is very, if you, as you look at the research, look at who paid for the research, and you'll see what the answer is going to be. Like the artificial turf industry says this, but the grass industry says that. If it comes out of California, everything's bad. It just depends on who pays for the, right? The Players Association does prefer grass over turf. There's a massive study done by Penn State that pulled everything together, all different levels, all different sports, thousands of teams, looked at fields all across the country. They could really find no significant difference. The one statement that was made, which tends to apply to the NFL, is that the bigger, heavier, faster the athlete is, which is going to be an NFL guy, and the more rotational force they put on their lower extremities, feet, ankle, knee, hip, there is a higher percentage of injury for that athlete. But for the generic athlete, there is no real difference.
How about college? Because in South Carolina, we only have 2 colleges, Coastal Carolina and Charleston Southern, that have artificial turf.
Benedict has it, South Carolina State has it. There are a number of others that have, or Limestone plays at Gaffney.
But not Clemson or USC or any
Furman.
other big colleges. They do have other practice fields. Some of them have indoor practice fields.
They do one thing on the football field at Clemson and one thing on the football field at the University of South Carolina. They play a football game.
Not even every week.
So they play max
6, 7.
7. They play on that field 7 times a year. And if they decide they need to replace it, and by replace it, I mean take the whole thing up and put a new one down, they'll do that. All their practice is somewhere else. Indoors. Outdoor. In that indoor practice facility, obviously, artificial.
We should get an indoor practice facility.
On turf.
Don't give anybody any ideas to ask for that. But that is a huge difference between college athletics and us. This is purely a personal expression of opinion. To me, the ideal would be if we had natural grass, but that we had a spectator field for each of the 3 sports. But that's not realistic in our budget to have a field for soccer, a field for lacrosse, and a field for football, much less one with spectator seating. I'd just prefer natural grass. But that's, when we're running this number of athletes on it with this kind of motion on those fields, natural grass is evidenced by the condition of our fields at the end of the year. It's just not able to sustain. We're barely keeping even with it right now. So if we try to add anything, not to mention when they go play, Daryl's got a slide in there. Where do we go play? With the exception of our smallest schools, most places they go play.
Here.
Back one. Yep. Keep going past it, right there. Most places they go play have artificial turf.
Can we do like a compromise where we can do some of the schools, maybe some of the newer schools, where we have to implement a field or, just because it is so costly. We're not going to try to do all of them at once, right?
No, we're going to ask you to appropriate the funds all at once. We couldn't get a contractor to do all of them at once. And even if we could, they'd run the price up so high we wouldn't want to pay it. This is to be phased in from FY26 to FY28, but over the winter of 26, the summer of 26, the winter of 27, the summer of 27, and the winter of 28. But the recommendation is that you all use fund balance, so we go ahead and set aside the money and spend it out in accord with that schedule. And to me, just the issue that we would not bring you that recommendation to just do some of the schools, because then that is a huge equity issue. And this district spent $1 billion to ensure that no matter where you go to school in this district, you have a quality building to go to. And this assures that every high school, regardless of its community, has a quality field to play on of the same standard that other schools have.
Okay. We still have to do painting on artificial turf, right? No? Don't you have to paint the lines and then you're going to use them for different sports?
They'll be sewn into the field.
It'll be what?
Sewn into the field.
Part of the field itself.
Oh.
So you have to replace it however frequently you replace that.
I'll just paint it.
You'll have all the football lines, all soccer lines, all lacrosse lines. In the end zones, you will have the name or nickname of the school. In the center, you'll have the logo. Each school has a design that they would have. It would be in their school colors, and it would, every time you drove by, it would be aesthetically pleasing. It's always green and white, and your logo's out there.
If you've been to some of our schools to an away game, you might have noticed that, well, there's a whole bunch of lines on that field. Well, there are because, some number of them. Now, football has the most lines, but some number of those lines out there have to do with lacrosse and soccer. They're always on the field.
They're always there. Okay, good. I will comment that all my daughters went to Clemson. They were all in the marching band. And my son-in-laws too. So they would always say that whenever the football team, it was too hot for the football team to practice, the band would practice. Like in the middle of the day in August. It was really bad. Okay, that's good. It is a lot of money though.
It is?
It is a lot of money. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell.
Thank you for this presentation. I have a couple of questions. How many of our high schools have lacrosse and
9.
Soccer?
All of them have soccer, 9 have lacrosse.
Okay, so I see on your presentation that you have the middle schools, the ones that are being renovated or that's going to be new. Are they going to have artificial turf?
No.
It was on the slide, grass fields, go back where it says grass fields, right there.
No,
Down
those
at the
are
bottom.
regular grass fields.
It's under the grass column.
Okay, will we eventually have to look at turf for the middle schools?
I don't think so, given the fact that, one, they don't play football on theirs. They play football at high school. There are no middle school football teams. Each high school has a middle school team. So they play at the high school. So they're not having to use theirs in fall.
So those would still be grass.
Right. And you always would have the option. And right now,
level.
I don't think we have any middle school that's doing lacrosse, Daryl. Malden Middle, we have one.
They play at the high school or at their practice.
Which they can play up on JV. But you would have the option, if you've got that turf field at the high school, if you added some middle school sports like that, they could play their contest at high school. We would not want to put artificial turf in at the middle school. We wouldn't want to do that.
Okay, say for instance, some of those schools that don't have lacrosse, if they wanted to start a lacrosse team, they go through the AD, or how does that work with the ones that don't have lacrosse?
They have if they have an interest meeting and there's enough interest at the school to start a team, they would do that through their school, and then they would come to us for funding to start the team.
So the ones that don't have lacrosse, when you put the artificial turf down, are you gonna put all of the lines for all of the sports down on all of, even the ones that don't have it?
Yes, because
so all of the lines will be there in case they ever get it.
Yeah, because the other thing that will happen, we have some schools that'll have a team in this year, and next year they won't have one. And 2 years later, they'll have one again. So we would set them up to be able to do lacrosse, soccer, and football, whether they have it currently or they might have it in the future.
Okay. That's all I have, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Leventis Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Bert, basically, let me ask you a question. So the cost is going to be $24 million, and that's going to be in an account. We're going to put that in an account, and then
In a capital project budget for this purpose.
and then we immediately start the annual cost of $1 million plus, and we're putting it in an account before we start building this.
We'd put it in FY26 in the capital budget for FY26.
Basically, you've tied up a little more than $25 million to start the process and to get things moving. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you're going to keep the $167,000 that you're putting in for maintenance on the other fields, because we're going to keep those fields.
We're going to keep those fields, we would say if we occupied all those fields next year, we'd save $167,000. But we're not going to occupy them all next year. It will take at least 3 years to get them put in place. By the time they're put in place, we're going to have field additions for Fountain Inn K-8. We have a field that we owe to Hillcrest Middle School. The new Bryson Middle will require a baseball and a softball field, and we already have a soccer field. But right now, see, they use the Hillcrest High baseball and softball field because they're on the same campus.
So
and we need to pick up a field at Riverside High. So by the time that 3 years is up, we'll be spending that money maintaining those fields that we had.
Okay.
So it's cost avoidance.
So you'll have about $5 million there for those fields too. $4,896,000 and then 167 plus.
No, that $5 million, that's what we would need to do if you all don't want to do artificial turf and you want us to fix the issues that we have and give everybody that 180-foot width.
Oh, so
that would cost us $4.9 million.
That's what to get everything up to date and
get everything the same minimum width.
Okay.
And to fix any slope or drain issues we have anywhere. Yeah. Having nothing to do with artificial turf. That's about $5 million.
So we have grass fields everywhere, everything level off, right size in place, or go turf, $25 million.
$24,060,000.
Okay. What's the warranty on this turf?
It's 10-year.
8 to 10.
And thank you, Dr. Oyster, for that information. So I have just a couple of questions. The heat retention in the summertime, that concerns me, because we have a hard enough time with the heat strokes, the heat exhaustions, the heat this during football, and et cetera. So now, how is this going to offset those situations?
So we have our heat guidelines, the humidity and the whole thing that we do with our athletic trainers is they monitor all of that. But our football teams typically will practice 8 to 11 in the morning in the summer. They do almost everything in the early morning. If they have to wait and do something, they'll do it later in the evening. But they'll do that on the grass fields. Like they may do it on the artificial surface.
We have grass fields at all of these high schools?
The practice fields. Yeah, there'll be a practice field.
So they'll be practicing on the grass.
Do that and avoid the high heat, yes.
Go back to your slide with your heat number, because I think it's important to point it out again. The one that's got your range of
55.
Oh, I'm sorry.
number 9.
Oh, the heat one?
Yeah, the heat,
That one?
the 35 to 55.
All right, that's
Higher than-
artificial turf in general, 35 to 55. What we are recommending to you and what the pricing that we put in here is based on is what they call wood infill. The upper end for wood infill is the lower end of that number, so the upper end on it is 35
degrees higher.
So the other two things to take into account is the surface temperature of this turf, even with that added, okay, whether it's the 35 or the 55, is not higher than the surface temperature that our track athletes routinely practice and run on. Because remember, that's a rubberized surface on an asphalt base. It's not appreciably higher than the tennis court surfaces. So these are not unusual levels of heat, at least compared to those two things. The other is, I think in the research that Darrell has, that Dr. McCreary has reviewed, I believe, as well, there is no indication that there is a higher level of heat-related issues on artificial turf. Is that correct, Darrell?
So as far as injuries and emergencies, et cetera.
No, there's no.
Just going on record.
Yeah, there's no. No, it's what I said. It's what I said earlier. There is no comprehensive data that says that it's any injury or toxicity or heat illness.
And the same heat requirements, Darrell mentioned that already. Wet bulb heat. That heat requirement won't change because of the surface. That heat requirement, maximum level, it's consistent. It's across, whether it's a softball field, a football field, a track, no matter what it is, that max heat level is a constant. If they reach that point, they have to suspend what they're doing.
So our athletes are going to have 2 sets of shoes. They're going to have to buy AstroTurf shoes, and they're going to have to buy regular shoes. So when they're not practicing on the AstroTurf, they can practice out, playing around, doing everything on the grass. So who picks up this expense?
If that were an issue, that would already be an issue, because when they go away to play, they play on artificial turf now.
Always?
Pull up your list of where they go play.
Most of our 5As and 4As are playing on turf away.
It's on that list. It's all of our schools except Carolina Southside and maybe just Carolina.
For turf. Emerald and Westside have turf.
So who offsets the cost to these athletes? That's what I'm just trying to figure that out. But anyway,
most of our football teams will do fundraisers and use that to buy their cleats or their shoes. I mean, they're already accustomed to doing those things. But I want you to see the big school up there that doesn't have it is Dorman. And that's kind of it should stand out because Dorman's not normal. That's not
like
a normal
a
high
college,
school, right?
University.
So why doesn't Dorman have turf? They have their own lacrosse stadium. They have their own soccer stadium. They have their own football stadium. They have multiple
it's a
practice
university
fields.
there.
That's right.
I played soccer. My team.
And they have a staff dedicated just to the stadium. Never goes into the school.
Do that on every campus. Okay, so now, with that being said, what about the burns that these players will get on the turf? You know, sliding, things like that.
I don't know. I've not played on it myself.
You haven't?
Nope. I'm old. I would have been first generation turf. You know.
Then you wouldn't be here today. No, I'm joking.
A lot of what you'll see at a lot of things on college games and pro games, you'll see these guys with the little white tape on their arms so they don't potentially get any type of rug burn or whatever. A lot of that is first generation stuff. You've seen that a lot worse than this newer turf. The newer turf is so much better to be on. It's not as slippery that you would slide as much. You still see it because what you see on TV are elite level athletes.
I'm just playing devil's advocate here just because I know a lot about turf and stuff, and I know about injuries. It's not like I haven't coached, so, and you too. But I bring these out. So basically, you're going back to, you have the $5 million deal and you have the $25 million deal. And this 24 million, that's just an upfront, and then after that, we don't pay that anymore. We just continue the $1 million year after year after year after year, and we don't have to.
$1 million covers the fact that at some point, if you didn't have it, you'd have to spend $24 million again.
So 24 million up front, and then $1 million plus, because I'm sure it'll go up eventually. You can't lock into it. All right, this is food for thought, and I appreciate y'all's presentation. And thank you, Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis-Wells. Dr. Presley.
I want to thank you guys for your willingness to answer questions repeatedly, many of the same ones over and over. I just have a couple of statements, and they're pretty succinct. First of all, our students in every high school deserve continuity across the district with field size and quality, period. We have heard that from our constituents in every way, shape, and form, and that is how it should be for every high school and every athlete in Greenville County School District. Secondly, we need to be competitive across the state. Another thing that we hear very frequently from multiple people, both in and out of the district, ties to the quality of some of our athletic fields, especially those main event ones that multiple sports are being played on. And it's things that, despite the best efforts, you're dealing with sod, and you're dealing with the wear and tear, and you're dealing with weather elements that were very, very well detailed in this presentation. I want to thank you for the time that it took to look into this. It was a pretty quick turnaround too, because we just started talking about this really last year in conjunction with some concerns from a particular school. I don't think that this price tag is too much to ask for the students of Greenville County. That's just my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Presley. Dr. Stiles.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Our students excel in many ways, and I think it's important that as a board that we look to support students in whatever way they excel. And in my last 4 years on the board, I've really seen us focus on academics and the arts, and I'm proud of that. But today we have an opportunity to focus on our athletic programs. And when you were calling out the numbers, that was 2,600 students that obviously excel in sports in our district. And I think it's time for us to show them that we support them, we value their sports, and also says to our coaches that we value the work they do, because that was an overwhelming number. What was it, 75% who are in favor of that? So I feel like, yes, that number may be very large, but in the broad scope of things, it's an investment in our students. And it's an investment in our coaches and our athletes to show that we care and we value them and give them an opportunity to excel in a different level. It also helps us to be cutting edge and competitive with our neighboring districts. So I am in favor of this, and I think that we should really focus at this point on valuing our athletes and our coaches and our athletic programs. This is a great opportunity for us. I'd like to see us move forward with it. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Dr. Stiles. Ms. Leventis-Wells.
Dr. Royster, this $24 million coming out of the fund budget, there won't be a millage increase, is that correct?
Our recommendation is that you set this aside out of fund balance.
Yes, sir.
That will also leave you a considerable amount in fund balance.
Yes, sir.
You recall that the auditor's report alluded to that in November.
Right.
Now, we'll not bring those recommendations forward, but you can expect that we would bring those forward with the capital budget regarding some projects in there. Our intent there to use this non-recurring money for items we can purchase that are non-recurring, building these fields, doing some other building programs, which helps avoid a millage increase for that purpose.
I wanted to hear.
No millage increase. Our recommendation is to set this aside from fund balance.
Done.
Good.
Thank you. I think we're reaching our time limit. We still have several questions. So without objection, I would like to increase the time by 15 minutes. Thanks. Ms. Brett had texted in a question that I was made aware of a moment ago. So her question is, do we know the makeup of this particular turf? I would like to see a composition makeup list from the ground up on the ingredients in the turf.
Yes. Can't give it to you in the meeting right now. We will send that to you.
Thanks. I did have just a few questions. The first one's kind of along the lines of what Ms. Brett just asked. Just the wood itself, the wood infill, what type of wood are we talking about?
You may have heard there's a proprietary name out there called Brockfill. I believe there are other manufacturers, but that is the one that people most associate with engineered wood filler. It's a pine product, and it is designed and manufactured specifically for these type fields. I don't think Daryl mentioned it, but there's another benefit associated with the Brockfill or any type of wood fill. When these fields are have to be the turf surface and the infill replaced at that 10-year interval or close thereto, the infill for crumbed rubber has to go in a landfill. This infill material, both the sand and the wood, can be used to top dress other grass fields. And so we can basically keep that material on site and use it on site, which should lessen the price a little bit when it comes time to replace.
And there again, this is kind of along the lines of I think what Ms. Brett was asking, but obviously normally with wood, you get a lot of water on it and tends to rot and disintegrate. So I'm assuming it's treated with something to keep that from happening.
So actually, the way it's manufactured, and the consultant we've been working with on this a little bit educated me that when it's in the turf surface, it will not degrade. Now, the minute you take it out and put it on a grass field, it will start to decay, and it becomes it goes back to natural state organics. But while it's in the field surface, apparently it does not.
I noticed, and we don't have to turn there, but I think it was on slide 12, towards the end of that, but it was talking about irrigating the turf. And obviously with grass fields, I know that's highly important. I was just wondering about what's the actual benefit of irrigating the turf?
Just to wet it down to try to lower the temperature. But this turf will not actually we will not irrigate it like a normal grass field, right? It won't be heads that pop up. You'll have a water line at the end of the field or on the side of the field like you would have normally, and you can attach a hose to it and spray down the field just to calm it down a little bit.
Just a couple more questions. I think this was from slide 15, but if you could speak just a little bit, I noticed there's some wide variance between the cost of doing this installation, and I'm assuming it's probably because, as you all have been saying, some of the fields need some other things doing to it, but to be done to them. But I noticed, like at Malden, it's 1.34 million, but at Berea, it's like 1.85 million. I was just wondering if you all.
Yeah, so a couple of issues. When you look at the field dimensions, at Malden, first of all, it's off-site, right? I mean, it's on the site without the track. So there's very little extra field space, right? So that's a smaller square footage area for turf, so that would cut the cost, right? Whereas you may look at another one just like looking at this slide right here, Travelers Rest soccer field is 199 by 356. So when Ms. Middleton asked a question earlier about dimensions, all the tracks are 400-meter tracks, right? But some tracks are a little longer and narrower, and some are short and more round. Theirs is a shorter, more rounder. It has a lot of space on the end zones, but their field events are on the practice field. They're not in there. So if you take out the long jump, the high jump, the pole vault, and all that stuff out of that end zone, there's a whole lot more turf to go down, where their jumps are on their practice field behind the stadium. So each of these has a little bit of a variation based on whether the tracks around it and the number of events, field events that are inside, reduces the amount of turf necessary, but requires them to be done in the summer, because if you do get any bad weather or you do run into problems, you have more time in the summer before you need those track events. Whereas if you start them in the winter and you run into problems, you start getting into track practice, which is why on this slide, going to the back end here, on why they're in that way, the 6 in the winter, Wade Hampton, Greenville, Man Malden, Carolina Greer, those tracks are not around the stadium. So we can get those done in a shorter period of time. And if it does extend a little bit, it's not impacting field events for track. The ones that are affecting field events are all summertime projects. And so you see some of them may be a little bit higher based on whether those field events are inside the track or the shape of that track.
My last question is also kind of related to what you were just talking about. And just because I think there will probably be a lot of interest in this question from constituents in various parts of the county, but as you said, like Wade Hampton and Greenville, they are winner of 25-26, and Carolina and Greer are not until 2 years later. I was just wondering kind of what went into the decision making as far as what order we were going to go in.
So we looked at 3 things when it came to how do we schedule these. First one was trying to do the most expensive ones first where we could. Second was to try to address the fields that will not accommodate lacrosse, that have lacrosse programs. And then the third one was ones that can be constructed in those winter timeframes that do not have a track around them, don't have events associated with them. Yeah.
Thank you all very much. Do we have any other questions? Okay. We have a recommended motion from the administration to approve the transfer of $24,060,010 of unassigned general fund balance to building fund to offset the cost for the conversion of grass stadium fields to artificial turf. Do we have a maker of the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we approve the transfer of $24,060,060. Wait a minute, I said that wrong, sorry. I move to approve the transfer of $24,060,010 of unassigned general fund balance to building fund to offset the cost of the conversion of grass stadium fields to artificial turf.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison-Fair. And we also have a second from Ms. Mosley. So at this point, we'll take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. Motion passes. This concludes the Buildings and Grounds section. And so, Madam Chair, at this time, I'll turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cochran. This concludes our Committee of the Whole agenda today. I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion from Mrs. Mosley. We have a second from Ms. Leventis Wells. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries, and our committee of the whole meeting is adjourned at 1:35 p.m.